everyone, and welcome back to Please Be Happy. Continuing the Juliet route, yeah! Oh, what beautifully timed confetti, thank you. But hello everyone and welcome, I hope everyone's doing well. Something a bit more chill than yesterday. What do you mean, Lirie? Weren't the ducks chill? No, they were not. But in the best way. But yes, it is Wednesday again, and you know what that means? It means it's time for some more Please Be Happy. And I'm going to be continuing with the Juliet route, because we're still on chapter 4. We've been on chapter 4 a while. I'm very slow at this. But we did pretty well last time. We did get like 5% completion done, which is better than it usually goes. It's usually like 2 or 3%, and I get distracted talking about windows or whatever. But yes, I'm ready. I've got my monster, I've got my tea, I've got my comfy blanket, I've got my giant fabric poster of this title screen. I'm ready. But yes, Lowski, hello, thank you so much for the first, congratulations, and you'll be pleased to know as well, the poster arrived today. The fabric poster, I have it. It is in my house. It is not on the walls yet because I need to put some hooks up. I need to decide where I want to position it as well. Because originally I was going to put it in the middle of my wall, but if I do that, I think a bit of Juliet would get blocked by my PC case. So part of me's like, what if I put it like to the side and then put other stuff like at the side of it in the gap instead of like trying to center it? I think that would probably be easier for me as well, because I would get so stressed out about having to measure the sides and make sure it's symmetrical. If I purposely put it off to the side, it doesn't have to be symmetrical. It's genius brain moves. But yes, congratulations on the first. And hello, Dima. I saw you here before the stream as well. Rika Boba, it's nice to see you. Welcome. Addie, I'm glad you could make it. Welcome, welcome. Who else is here? King Gulanias, welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy your time here. Mogu, lovely to see you. Yes, thank you so much everyone for being here. If I missed you, please let me know, because I'm very good at getting distracted and missing things. But yes, welcome. I hope you're all ready for some comfy story time, because I know I am. I am? What? I am. I am. Where did the ham come from? I am. I am. I truly am. I don't know. I need tea. And I need tea and monster energy to wake up. But 1010-2, hello, welcome. I am ready for some Please Be Happy times. I am ready for happy. My tea is too hot again. I made the exact same mistake as last time. Let me put some cold water in this quickly. I always misjudge how much cold water to put in the tea, because I forget that, like, putting it in my flask, it stays boiling until I open it. And I always forget that, because I'm always like, well, I made this an hour ago, it's going to have cooled down by now. It doesn't! This flask is amazing. But I think I may have just burnt my tongue a little bit again. It's okay. It's okay, I've got Monster, I've got cool drinks. Trying to estimate how far I'll get and what I'll see. Yeah, it's... a lot depends on how distracted I get, honestly. But, I think we'll do pretty well. I think we'll do alright. Could you use ice cubes? Wait! That's a really good idea. Like, if I just make the tea and then put an ice cube in, then it will melt in the hot water and it'll cool it down, and... yeah, oh, that's a good idea. I'll have to test that. So at the moment, I just make my hot drink. I presume that it will have cooled down. It doesn't cool down because it's in my heat flask. I take a sip, I go, ow, that's hot, and I just pour a bunch of cold water in. Which probably isn't the best thing to do. But I made it better than yesterday, at least, because yesterday I made my tea really weak, because I made it in a jug, in a pitcher, and then poured it in, and yeah, I didn't let it brew long enough, but I put 2 tea bags in it this time, and it is perfect. Tea strats, they're optimal tea strats, thank you. I appreciate them. I'm still just kind of winging it. I've been so used to drinking cold tea for the longest time that now that I can actually have warm tea on demand, it's still a novelty to me. It's been weeks and I'm still amazed every time that my tea is warm. So nice though, but it's definitely got more of the flavor this time. It's good. Okay, that's better. That's better. I put some cold water in it and now it is drinkable temperature. But yes, I'm returning to having 3 drinks on my desk. I've got my Monster, I've got my tea, I've got my water. I don't have any Sprite today because we ran out, but hopefully I'll get some more. Unlock true Britishness on the stream, yeah. This is why I have the British tag as well. What if I add the tea tag? Would that be cheating a little bit? I think I might be deceiving people if I put the tag of tea on my stream and then it's like, oh yeah, I'm burning my tongue with fruit tea in a flask. One thing I would really like to do one day is get like a really nice tea set though. Like a really pretty tea sets. Tea sets. As you can tell, my brain is not awake yet. I didn't sleep very well last night, so I woke up late, so I'm still kind of in the process of waking up, so please forgive me if I say the complete wrong words, because it's probably going to happen a couple of times, but I'm waking up. Ah yes, the best tea, Monster Energy. See, it's to make up for the caffeine though, because I don't think there's much, if any, caffeine in my fruit tea, looking at like the ingredients and what it contains, so I need to get my caffeine somewhere else, right? Oh, you're having cherry blossom tea right now? Oh, I bet that's so nice. Oh, I want to try that at some point. I've never tried cherry blossom tea, but I feel like I would love it. Ah, cherry blossoms are so nice. Like, my flask is kind of cherry blossom colored. It's a pretty flask. I should take a photo of my flask at some point because it's so nice. I originally got it intending to just have it as a water bottle so I wouldn't forget to refill my water. But when I realized how good the heat temperature control was for it, it just became a tea flask. But it's so perfect. It's just like perfect Lirie colors. It starts like teal at the top and it gradients into like a pink at the bottom. And it's so pretty. It's so nice. I love my flask. I stroke my flask. I pet it gently. But yes, anyway, we're back to Please Be Happy, and I am on...
Oh, what's in here?
87% completion. We're getting close. We're getting so close. We gotta be so close to completion. I don't know how long the chapters are, but considering we've been on chapter 4 for a while, I am hoping, fingers crossed, that we might be able to start chapter 5 today. Like, obviously, because I don't know where I am and how many, like, parts there are to each chapter. I could be, like, a single scene away from the next chapter. I could still be ages away. I have no way of knowing. But that's part of the fun, too. I send... You could 2D fight? Oh my goodness, yes! Oh, that would be so good. I can have my actual flask on the stream. That would be so good. Hold on, let me send you a sneaky photo. Oh, also, before I start too, I do want to share, hold on. I'm gonna go onto the load menu.
That's what happened.
But before we start, I want to share the amazing giant fabric poster I got. Lowski3 got this as a gift from my throne wish list, and it arrived today, and it's massive. This is a picture of it on my bed. I had to put it on my bed because there was nowhere else I could, like, lay it out to take a photo of it. It's so big. It's massive. It's so good. I love it so much. I cannot wait to put it up on my wall. It's gonna be so good. It is probably bigger than some small humans, honestly. It is definitely bigger than a young child. But I love it so much. It's incredible. It's like, I've seen so many pictures. I was warned. I was like, this is absolutely massive. You're gonna realize this is so huge. And even, like, knowing all the warnings, even being prepared for it, I still wasn't prepared for how big it is. It's massive. Yeah, they need a warning for size. Just be like, warning, you may think this is big. It's bigger than that. It's so good. It is so good. It's genuinely nearly as tall as me. Like, I hold it up against me and, like, you can just about see my head over the top of it. It's so big. But it's absolutely going to consume an entire wall. I measured out my wall and it will fit perfectly on the wall behind my computer, but if I have it in the middle, Juliet, like, her whole, like, seat and legs are going to be blocked off by my PC. So I'm gonna move it just a little bit over to the side so she can be seen a bit better. But I'm really looking forward to it. And then my plan is to just fill the gap next to it with like postcards and little posters and stuff. Just have them along the edge. But it's so good. I love it so much. It's big. But yes, thank you so much, Lowski, again for gifting this to me. It's so good. It's so good. But yeah, I'm hoping things going well. I should be able to put that up tonight, I think. I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try my best to get it up on the walls tonight. If it's not on the wall tonight, then I'm going to at least get the hooks on the wall tonight, so that they'll be ready for tomorrow and I can just hang it up. But yeah, soon. That is going to be on my wall, and it's actually going to be the first thing I'm displaying on my wall, so I'm really excited. I haven't actually put any posters up yet. It's something I've been meaning to do for like 2 years, and I have not gotten around to it, but it's happening. It's happening. I'm forcing myself to. The fact that it was a gift as well is just like, well, I have to do this now. It's the perfect motivation. When it's just my own stuff, I'm just like, well, I can put that off until next week. And then next week happens and it's like, well, I can put that off until next month. And it just doesn't happen. But I want to display the gift. I want to take pretty photos and show how thankful I am for it. So it's going up soon. No more empty walls. My walls are so bare. Honestly, it'll probably be good for me too. It'll probably be a nice way to make my living area a bit more comfortable to be in. Because sometimes it feels a bit, like I look up at the bare walls and I'm like, that's a bit depressing. So being able to decorate a bit more is going to be so nice. But yeah, I'm so excited. And the headpad's working again. But yes, Forts Under Siege, welcome as well. I'm sorry, I got so distracted talking about posters. An astronaut, nice to see you. And Gigi and Nue, thank you so much for stopping in and welcome. I am ready for wife time. Wife City. But for anyone who just came in as well, look how big my fabric poster is. It's like 5 foot tall. It's so good. It's huge. I love it. And it's gonna be on my wall soon. Please await photos. If you don't get any photos of it on my wall by Friday, then please feel free to tell me off, because then it'll force me to actually put it up. But I'm aiming to do it tonight. I don't have any other plans for tonight, so I'm gonna make it happen. I'm gonna clean my walls off so the hooks stick properly. I'm gonna make everything neat and tidy and beautiful, and then it will be wife time. Life-sized. It is! It's life-sized and wife-sized. Wife-size poster. But it's so good. I really like the fabric posters too. Because one thing about posters is I get really annoyed with like paper posters when they have creases and then the creases like damage the print a bit, because I've had so many like folded posters and then I unfold it and there's like little white bits where it's been folded where like the print has come off, and then I'm always like, well, I'm gonna be distracted every time I look at this poster now. But with a fabric one, it's so nice because I can just add a little bit of heat to it, like steam it out a bit, and all of the creases drop out. It's so good. Actually, Miho's height is under. Oh my goodness, it's bigger than Miho. I love that. Tiny Mimo. She's smaller than the fabric poster. That's so good. I love that. Oh, that's a really good way of me like judging what height I would be next to her as well, actually. I can hold it up and then be like, okay, if I had a Mimo next to me, I would be able to pat her on the head so perfectly. But yes, last time we played this, I've forgotten which save file it was. Why do I do this to myself? It was this one. Was this one? Yes! 5:58 on February 22nd, it's that one. So we're on chapter 4, but day 14. 14? I should know that! It's Final Fantasy 14. Why did that take me so long to read? I'm forgetting Roman numerals. I know how to read Roman numerals. I know how to read Roman numerals, but I feel like XIV is the one that I should instantly recognize because of Final Fantasy. But I'll try to add something in to make the latest save file a bit more obvious. That would be so useful, because as you can see, my save files are all over the place. I'm so bad at this. I don't even know why I made most of these, because I don't think I'm going to go back to them. I don't think I will actually use the save files. I'm probably going to just, like, start the game and skip through to get everything again, so I don't even know why I'm making them all, but I gotta. Well, it's like I at least know that the top ones I'm keeping because they seem to be, like, the main decisions. The decisions for the paths, I think, maybe. But, yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for some more wife time. And yeah, is she tiny or is the poster just really big? Yes! Both. All of the above. Right, so we ended at a map scene, so I think... Oh, we can't get to the park anymore, so... Shall I check out the cafe? Because I think last time I did this, I was going through all the cafe dialogue, but it was, like, earlier on in the game. And please correct me if I'm wrong, I think the dialogue sometimes changes if you access it later on? I'm not entirely sure. I'm sure we'll find out. Surprised no one else is playing this game. Oh, I've seen quite a few people playing it. It came out last... November. November, yeah. Came out last November, so it's been out for a couple of months now already. But yeah, I learnt about it because I've always been a big fan and a follower of the company, Studio Elan, because I really loved their previous games as well. And also, I'm a little bit biased as well because my model artist who drew my model over here, the way I look, she was the head developer for this game, so... So I always knew about it ahead of time. And I also helped out a little bit with some of the scripting too. But I love that you always say that I helped you working on it, but I feel like I did, like, absolutely nothing, considering how big the game is and considering how much I didn't know about it going into it. It's been incredible. I managed to remain completely unspoiled even whilst helping out. And I think that's pretty cool. Because it means I've been able to react to things live on stream too, which has been really nice. But I already went into it knowing, like, well, this is an Aelan game. I'm gonna love it anyway. But I wasn't prepared for just how much I would love it. Like, I love this game so much. It's so good. It's so good. But yeah, if you are interested, yes, the bot is working. This is the my words aren't ready. I'm trying to speak too quickly. I think that's my main problem at the moment. I haven't woken up fully, and I'm trying to say all of the words at the same time. But this is the Steam page for the game, and I highly recommend it. I've gotten so many hours of gameplay from this. Actually, let me check. A little bit of this is like me just being in the menu and like idle time as well, but I'm on 50 hours of gameplay at the moment. Am I sure I'm awake? I'm not sure. Not yet. More monster. It's okay. I'll wake up soon. I'll get there. Just need a little sippy of monster. But yeah, I've been playing this for literally months because I only play it once a week. It's become like a weekly staple, and I'll play it for like 4 hours once a week. But it's also the kind of game where it brings up so many interesting topics as it goes on that I always get distracted and I'm like, well, I want to talk about this a bit more. And then we go off on conversation tangents and suddenly we're talking about our favorite subjects in school. It's nice. It's a chill time. It's like we're enjoying the game, but we're also enjoying getting to know each other and having a nice chat as well. It's a nice combination, I think. It's a really comfy game to do it in. Even the not so comfy moments still end up being really comfy as they get resolved. It's so good. It's such a good game. But yes, I'm really excited to play more though, because I've completed all of the Aspen routes, and I've done Mr. Kim's side story and Lena's side story. But we haven't finished Tommy's side story yet, and we are on Juliet's route at the moment, which is going to have 2 endings. And I'm going to get both of them. So we'll see how it goes. I don't think I'll get to an ending today. I don't think I'm going to reach an ending today. But we'll see how it goes either way. But depending on how far I get, I might end up streaming it on Tuesday next week because I have plans for next Wednesday. I'm going to be doing a cheeky collaboration stream, but I don't want to miss the Please Be Happy weekly streams, so I might do a Tuesday. But I'll let you know ahead of time either way. And Timochi, hello, nice to see you. Hello, you'd like to speak to the manager? Your complaint streamer is cute, pass it on. Wait, you want to speak to my manager? Hold on a sec. Hello, I am the manager. What is your complaint? Hello, you think the streamer is cute? I will be sure to pass it on. And that sounds like a you problem. Please deal with it, thank you. Hi, is everything resolved now? I think everything's okay. I look very legitimate and not at all like the streamer I was just watching. I wasn't here, what happened? Wait, I should have added the googly eyes as well, shouldn't I? I got googly eyes. Hello, yes, I am very serious manager, doing very serious manager things. And I'm afraid I must ask you to stay in the premises for comfy stream time, thank you. My new bit where I pretend to be a manager? What are you talking about? Oh, is that because the manager was just here? No, I couldn't do that. There's no way I could do that. Also, Lyra, hello, welcome. Welcome to Comfy Women Time. Women Wednesday. Okay, that woke me up. The threat of having the manager called on me has definitely helped me wake up. Anyway, let's check out the cafe. Cafe! My cursor vanished for a second then, that was weird. I noticed from pictures all around the cafe that they're advertising some kind of new drink that has bananas and chocolate in it. Feeling a little burnt out on my usual, I decide to be adventurous. Can I get, that one? Also, Dis, hello! I'm gonna drive home while listening. Oh, I can accompany you on your work home. It's like a podcast. You can listen to the story and also me talking. But I hope your journey back goes well. Can I get, that one? I point at one of the advertising pictures by the counter. Oh, I remember this one. The Banana Slammer Frappe-A-Rama. That's such a good name for a drink. The employee grimaces a little while she says it. As if embarrassed to have even uttered it at all, she quickly adds, the name is a work in progress. Aspen asked me what I wanted to name the new frappe, and it was all I could think of on the spot. I'm really sorry. I don't know what apologizing to me will really do. I just kind of smile and shrug, handing her my money. Needless to say, the next time I visit the Bell House, all the signs for the new drink are mysteriously gone. But yes, good morning and welcome. Ooh, I wonder if this is going to be the same. It's late and the moon is high in the sky when there's suddenly a knock at my window. Is this a repeat Silver moment? It is! It's Silver time! Goodbye, Silver. Hello, goodbye. Ooh, I think this is new. Yeah, this is new. Okay, here we go. My eyes start to glaze over as I flip to a new check-in sheet, marking off the last few books in a small pile of returns. Work isn't any busier than usual, but I'm finding it hard to stay focused. Tucked in a corner nearby are the books and worksheets that I've used to learn how to read and write. I've gone through almost all of them by now, practicing each letter hundreds of times. Even reading, which used to seem so mysterious and difficult, has gotten easier. I'm not as fast as Aspen or Juliet, of course, but at least I'm not limited to the kids section of the library anymore. Wow, she's learning so quickly. Also, Yamato! Hello, thank you so much for the resub for 21 months. That's so many months. Thank you so much. How's it going? Nice to see you. Good afternoon. I feel like I should just start saying happy time zone just to everyone. I'll just be like, happy time zone. I hope you have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night. And Draname, hello, nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. I hope everyone's having a good Wednesday so far. Middle of the week, it's all downhill from here. I think back to my first time coming here, when I scoped the place out before trying to steal Cosette's painting. Oh yeah, she sure did do that, huh? It was a dumb idea either way, but I could never have guessed how that one bad decision would affect the rest of my life. It was here in the library that I told Aspen and Juliet that I wanted to learn how to be a person. At the time, that seemed almost as impossible as learning to read. But she did it. She did so well. Take your Prime sub. I will happily take it. Thank you so much. I always feel so special when I get people's Prime subs. It's like you only get one of those. You giving it to me? I'm so happy. But thank you so much. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. You're home already, but the door knock got you for some reason? Wait, which knock? The knock in the game? Oh, I'm sorry. You're in a car driving and you're like, oh, I've got to check the door. I feel like that's the kind of thing I would do. Like, if I knew how to drive, I feel like every time I drove, I would be so fixated on the actual driving that everything else would be like pure instinct. Hear a knock, I'd be like, oh, someone must be knocking at the door. Not thinking about it. A lot of impossible things have happened to me in this place, though. Now, what's hard to imagine is not having the library. What would it be like to walk out the doors for a final time and never go back? It seems as unbelievable as all the other changes that have occurred in my life. That's why I can't stop thinking about it. I know it could happen. Looking back at the papers in front of me, I glanced through the list of names written there. Some are new, but others I recognize. Some people have been coming here longer than I have, while others have just visited for the first time. You ask, what's best cup of tea ever? Oh, are you asking me that because I'm British? I am probably one of the worst British people to ask about tea because I tend to just drink fruit teas. I have a lot of fruit teas a lot of the time because I'm terrible with hot drinks and I always forget that I've made them and they go cold. But fruit tea is nice whether it's hot or cold. But at the moment, I'm drinking a fruit berry tea, which is strawberry, raspberry, and cranberry. And it's really, really nice. It is so lovely to drink. Like hot or cold, it's very nice. I've got some in my hot flask at the moment so I can enjoy my warm tea. And yes, the infamous moving car door knock. Honestly, that would be impressive if someone did manage that, if they managed to knock on the car as it was driving past. Be both terrifying and impressive, I think. Oh, Middle East milk tea. Oh, I do like a nice cup of milky tea. Milk and 1 sugar is how I like my teas. I feel like a lot of people who know me are always surprised that I only have 1 sugar in my tea because they're like, well, Lirie, you love sweet things. You love anything that's super sweet. Why don't you have like 4 sugars in your tea? But I feel like it just works best. Just like a dash of milk, one sugar. It's nice. Tastes good. Right, I wonder if I know them better than Juliet does. The library door opens, and I look up to see a familiar face.
Hey, Aspen!
Aspen! Oh my goodness, we haven't seen her much here. Oh, you're from Q8? Oh, welcome! We've got so many people from all around in here. I'm from the UK. I know a lot of people in chat. Some are from Europe, some are from the US. Addie's in Korea. We've got loads of different people from loads of different places. It's very nice. Have biscuits or cookies with your tea. They taste sweeter if there's less sugar in the tea. Oh, I wonder if that's why then. Because I do love me a good digestive to dunk in my tea as well. That makes sense though. It's like the right amount to complement it and not overwhelm it, I think. But oh my goodness, Aspen, we haven't seen her on this route very much. Aspen waves as she approaches the desk.
Hello, hello.
There she is. Oh my goodness. Oh, memories of Aspen's route. Ask, from Blackpool? I am not from Blackpool, no. I'm from the Midlands. I'm like in the middle of England, like plonked down in the middle of the country. From a little town that nobody's ever heard of. Unless they have, and it's not for good reasons. But I feel like I have a very vague accent for my area as well. I don't really sound like a lot of the people from the area I live in. There's a very strong regional dialect here that I very much do not have. But it's probably because I spend all my time on the internet and I don't go out much. I mean, what? It's okay. But oh, Aspen! She wasn't here for breakfast, so this is the first time I've seen her today. In fact, I was going to have to call her soon just to check in. Thank you for the head pats too.
You're not working today?
No?
No. In fact, I even asked to have my hours cut back a bit. I need all the writing time I can get.
Yes, she's writing. I'm so happy. I'm so glad.
Are you still trying to find a publisher? Unfortunately. It's not all bad, though. I haven't gotten any outright acceptances yet, but I've had some interests at least.
That's good. Yeah, Aspen is so happy about writing in Juliet's route. It's so nice. It's like there was the moment when she was mentioning the rejections from the publishers, and in Aspen's route, she was so dejected about that. She was so sad. It was really bringing her down. She like wanted to do well so badly that it was bringing down like her passion for writing. But in this one, she's just like, oh yeah, I got a rejection. It's making me stronger. It's making me more determined. I love it. It's really interesting to see the comparison between the two. And it's like, I feel like a little part of it as well is that on Miho's route, like, when she hasn't lost all her memories, she's not just like doing it for herself then, she's doing it for Miho as well. So that's a bit more added pressure, like she wants to do well to show Miho how well she's doing. So it's not just herself that she can disappoint, it's someone else as well, and I think that's probably part of the reason why she ended up spiraling so much, because she was just so stressed out about wanting to do well. Whereas on this route, it's like, it's just her. She's on her own. She's doing this for her and nobody else. So if things go wrong, it's just her and she can pick herself up and try again. It's really cool. It's really nice to see the different sides. The difference like a single decision can make. It's so interesting. It's the butterfly effect. So cool. So cool.
One editor gave me suggestions for how I could make my manuscript stand out more, so I've been furiously making revisions.
Good revisions?
I finally told my boss that I'd have to decline running the new store. I simply don't have the time for it right now.
Oh, so she's really just 100% focusing on the book. That's really sweet. Yeah, and it's nice to have her as a friend too. It's one of the things I like. Like, even though we had to reject her, it didn't feel like it's a rejection. She's gonna resent it for the rest of her life. It's nice having the friendship relationship as well. It's so good. And it's like in Aspen's route as well, still having Juliet as a friend too there, I think is so important. It's so nice. They just all get along so well. And it goes to show that there's so many different kinds of love. Like, they may not be in a romantic relationship, but... I'm small. I'm small. I have a duck on my head still. Oops. Let me remove this duck real quick. Let me get rid of that. But hello! Hi, Akira. Thank you for making me small. I'm such a little bean. I'm so tiny. We got comfy tiny time. Oh, thank you for the hydrate as well. I will have a sippy of my drinks. But yeah, it's really nice because I'll have a stretch too. Oh, big stretch. Ooh, as big a stretch as a tiny bean can do. Thank you for the posture check and hydrate. Having some more warm tea. And also a sip of Monster. A little sippy. But yeah, I think it's really nice though, because even though they're not in a romantic relationship, you can tell that like they still love each other as friends. They still care very much about each other. And it's nice knowing like there is that love that doesn't necessarily have to be romantic as well. Because I feel like that's how I always end up leaning. Like, I don't do very well in romantic relationships. I think I just get really awkward. I don't know how to do romance. I much prefer like deep friendship, like having friends who I'm really close with, who I could be like, oh, I love spending time with you. I'm so glad we're friends. That kind of thing. Those are the kind of relationships I really value, I think. But yes, thank you for the redeems, and I shall be small while I read. I am just a little bean. I swear, making the model even smaller and tiny down in the corner for this redeem was one of the best decisions I made. I'm so glad. I'm just so tiny. Yeah, romance is hard and complicated. I mean, I don't know. I think a lot depends on the person and or the people. I think for some people, romance just kind of comes naturally and it just makes sense and it flows in like a perfect way and it just works. And then for other people, it's a bit more awkward and messy and unsure, but it's different for everyone and that's why it's so interesting. I love spending time with you too, my lovely friend. Ah. Big hearts. You can't see my hands, but I'm making a heart shape with my hands. Just imagine it under the blanket, I'm making a heart with my hands. But yeah, I really value love in friendships a lot. I think it's important. I think so many people hear love and they're just like, oh, well, it's gotta be romantic and or sexual, and it doesn't have to be like that. Like, you wouldn't think that with family. Like, you tell a family member, oh, I love you. You wouldn't immediately jump to it being romance. There's so many different forms, and it's so nice. It's so nice to just find the right people, I think. Sometimes it's hard to find those people, but when you do, it's so worth it. But it makes me really glad words. I'm trying to speak too quickly again. I feel like you can always tell when I have too many thoughts in my head because I try to say all of them at once, and then suddenly I'm speaking really, really fast. But it's why I value streaming as well, because spending time with you lot as well, spending time with chat also makes me glad. I love having you all here. It's so nice. It's comfy times. It's a really nice way to spend the days. Nice and wholesome. Yeah, that's what I go for. We're all here for the comfy times. Everyone feeling good, feeling loved, having a nice time in a non-parasocial kind of way. But Rava as well, hello and welcome. Welcome to a story time. But this is interesting too, because in the other one, she was writing the book and being the manager of the store as well. So with her declining the manager position, that's probably also a lot less pressure for her. Because I can't even imagine doing both at the same time. That is so much work. So it makes me glad that she actually said, like, no, I can't do that. That would be too much. I would not be able to handle that.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm glad your writing's going okay, though.
Me too. Me too, I'm so glad.
Me too. Regina was also understanding. Disappointed, but understanding.
No.
I actually came up here to do some writing since it's been a while. I take it Juliet's gone to bed already?
Yeah. After breakfast, like usual.
Tell her I said hello later, please. How are things going for the two of you?
I love the way Aspen said that as well. She was just like, oh, tell her I said hello. Later, please. Just realizing as she's saying it, like, oh, I need to specify later. Oh, I need to ask nicely. Just as she's saying it.
What do you mean?
You know, like wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
I mean, you've been dating for a few weeks now, right? How's that going?
Hehe.
Oh, it's good, I think.
She raises her eyebrows.
You think?
Well...
Aspen still doesn't know about Juliet potentially leaving, or how that's been on both our minds. And I promised Juliet I wouldn't tell her about it either. Just be like, it's complicated. Seeing me struggle for how to answer, Aspen's face softens a bit.
Would you like to talk about it? Not that I'm much of a help when it comes to this kind of thing, but if you have to think about it for so long, then clearly something is amiss.
She's so good. She's such a good friend. Oh. I was so worried I would feel so bad about turning her down after doing her entire route and falling in love with her so much. But I'm so glad we had girl talk with Aspen. Just have a little sharing secrets with the girlies.
I thought you were gonna be busy writing.
I'm not so busy that I can't listen to a friend's troubles.
No.
But you don't have to tell me about it if you don't want to.
She's so good. She's so good. It's so wholesome. I love this.
No. It would be kind of nice to talk about it, I guess.
Yeah.
Although, there's some stuff I can't tell you.
That's fine. I understand. Would you like to go back to the dining room? For a bit more privacy?
Just me hoping like, no, I thought we could just chat right here. In front of all the library patrons, next to the door.
That sounds good.
Girl talk, girl talk. Girl talk. Leaving the library papers on the desk, the two of us go back and sit down at the table.
So, what's eating at you?
I don't know where to start.
Just be like, how about everything? More specifically, it's hard to say without breaking my promise. But also it's more than just the uncertainty that's been bugging me.
Let me try then. Do you like dating, Juliet?
Yeah.
Oh, that was an instant response. That's so sweet. That one's easy at least.
Good. And I hope you don't mind me asking. Do you think she likes dating you?
I hope so?
I'm pretty sure she does. She says so, at least. We hug and kiss each other a lot, and spend time together when we can.
Oh, it's so sweet. Oh, I love them.
What do the two of you do together?
Hug and kiss.
We go on walks sometimes. I even got her to hang out with me as a bat for a while, too.
That sounds nice. What else?
We still have breakfast pretty much every day. And sometimes I sit with her while she works. And I read a book or something.
No. Oh, see, I really like that too. It's like the keeping someone company without necessarily doing the same things. Just like spending time in a room with somebody while you both work on like your own tasks. I feel like that's really comfy if you can find someone who you feel comfortable doing that with. It's very comfy. It's so nice.
That's good too. Although you already did those before you started dating, right?
Oh, that's true. Wait, what has changed? What has changed since the dating started? But yeah, it is nice. Yeah, just being in the same room, just quietly coexisting. It's one of my favorite things. It's like I feel like sometimes, depending on who you're with, sometimes it can feel a bit awkward. And I know, like, especially for me, sometimes, depending on the person, I feel like I have to fill the silence a bit. It can be a bit awkward, but then other people, it's just really comfy, just chilling, just not even having to worry, just spending time. It's nice. It's nice. I like that. I feel like it's very, very calming. Oh, thank you for the head pat too.
Yeah, that stuff hasn't changed too much.
Is there anything else you'd like to do together? Do you ever go on any actual
Dates.
dates? To the movies, or out to dinner, or anything like that?
Going on dates. Oh, I'm back to normal now. I am no longer a tiny bean. I am my normal size. But oh, they haven't really been on a date, have they? They've been on a lot of walks. I guess that's like kind of like a date. But oh, are they gonna go out to a meal or something? Go watch a movie?
Nah, we stay at home most of the time.
Aspen pushes her glasses up with one finger, wrinkling her nose like she's studying something.
I think I'm beginning to see the problem.
Oh? You are?
You are?
I mean, I'm hardly an expert when it comes to matters of the heart. I've just read a lot of books about it.
Well, she's probably read a lot of books about it.
But it sounds pretty clear that you're wanting something more out of this relationship,
Oh.
right?
Oh.
Something more? Like what?
I don't know. That's up to you. Affection, attention, reassurance, whatever.
Commitment. Probably more security, I think, is probably what she wants at the moment. Like, being so unsure of where things are going and what's happening. I wouldn't be surprised if she's just like, well, I found something I really love, I don't want to risk losing it.
But if you have to think about if things are going well, or if Juliet feels the same way as you, then that sounds like something's missing.
Something more, yeah, lovely writer to also join the relationship. What's missing? Something in Aspen's words does ring true. I really do like what I have with Juliet, but sometimes it feels like we're just friends.
I guess you might be right. I don't really know
Oh.
what's normal, though. Or what I should expect. I don't think she does either.
Yeah, this is kind of new for both of them.
I'm not sure there is such a thing as normal.
Yeah, I don't know what normal is either. Normal is such an arbitrary standard. It means different things to everybody.
I just think that whatever you have should make you feel more confident and satisfied, not less. That's simply common sense.
That does make sense.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, she sounds so sad.
Have you expressed any of this to her?
Nah. There's a lot of other stuff on her mind. Besides, like you said, I don't even really know what else it is that I want.
Oh, but see, I feel like that's more of a reason to talk to her. Like, maybe once she starts actually talking about things and saying things out loud, she might realize as she's speaking what it is she wants. Like, she might need, like, the guidance of a conversation to realize what that is. I know it's happened for me multiple times. Like, I'll be talking and I'll be like, I'm not sure what I want to say here. And then as the conversation goes on, I'm like, wait, I'm realizing what I want to say. I wanted to say this, but it took me a while to get there. It's the power of conversations. Communication is important. Don't bottle it in, Mimo.
I think you do, even if you aren't aware of it.
Huh?
I mean, listen to yourself. You want to feel more secure in your relationship, right? That's a perfectly normal thing to want, too.
That's what I said, the security. I knew it. I knew it.
I'm sure she does have a lot in her mind. She's Juliet. But I should think that her girlfriend's well-being would be near the top of her priority list.
No. Oh.
Dating someone is supposed to be about give and take. Even I know that much.
What do you think I should do then?
Talk to her. Tell her all this.
Everything you're saying makes sense, but...
But it's scary.
No buts. I just think you should talk to her. Whatever secrets you two have going on in the background, I'm sure they don't change the simple facts. And the fact is that if things are going to work out for the two of you, then she's going to have to put in effort as well.
It's true. She's so reasonable. I love it. I love it's like we have Aspen Root and Juliet is the voice of reason, and now we have Juliet Root and Aspen is the voice of reason. It's so good.
I'm sure she couldn't disagree with that.
I guess you have a point.
She has many points. Although I don't want to admit it, what Aspen's saying feels right. Bringing all this up with Juliet sounds difficult, especially when I'm trying to make her not want to go. I worry that if I tell her everything I'm thinking, it might just make her decide to leave. But I can't deny that one way or another, something has to change.
Of course I do. Even if it's just
No.
that talking things out makes things better. If they don't get better, then that's a resolution unto itself. You both have to want what's best for yourselves, and for each other. Hopefully those will line up, but if not, then you're just going to keep feeling this way.
Oh, she's so right.
I'm not exactly sure how you feel, beyond confused, but I can hardly imagine it's pleasant.
It's not all bad. I really do like the time that I spend with her. I like that we can just be together without saying or doing much. I just wish that wasn't all we did.
Oh, it's so reasonable to be thinking that though. It's so reasonable. She just wants a little bit more, and I don't think that's too much to ask. I think that's really reasonable to ask. Also, Nermits, hello, nice to see you. At the end of the day, aren't we all confused? I'm always confused. I'm confused every second of the day, it's true. But welcome, happy Wednesday.
Tell her that. If there's one thing I know for sure about Juliet, it's that she's good at listening. It's up to her to learn how to respond.
Aww. Like, who am I? Where did I come from? Why am I here? Where am I going? Who knows what's going on?
Yeah, you're right. It feels kind of scary, but it shouldn't, right?
No, I think it's fine that it does feel scary too. I think it should be a little bit scary. It's not wrong to think that. You gotta fight the fear. It's for your own good. Hello, Maya. Nice to see you. Yeah, we're having girl talk with Aspen, and she's being the voice of reason at the moment. But welcome. Who is Cotton Eye Joe? I know too many things about that I don't even want to think about, honestly. The best advice is communication. Honestly, I feel like there are always so many problems that can be resolved so easily just by talking it through. But it's like, it's very, very easy to say that. It's not as easy to actually start the conversations. The actual starting conversations is the scary part. Especially when you don't know how it's going to go. It's like, I can understand not wanting to have those conversations because sometimes they can be difficult, but they're very, very necessary. Especially to have a healthy relationship. Yeah, and it's also not easy to realize you do need to communicate as well. Sometimes you won't even realize it until someone else is like, have you just tried talking about it? And then you're like, oh, I should do that. Oh, I shouldn't I? The basic step one, it's so easy to miss it if you're fixated on other things. That's why I'm so glad Aspen's here. Hold on, I want to give her a head pat. I want to give her a head pat. Thank you, Aspen. Yeah. Yes, that's exactly what I love too. I love that Aspen's route had Juliet giving advice and now Juliet's route has Aspen giving advice. It's so nice. Yeah, I mean, sometimes there are issues that can't be solved by communicating, but those issues won't solve themselves by not communicating either. Yeah, it's like sometimes there are issues that just can't be solved full stop. But it's sometimes important to realize that, and you can't realize that without communicating what the issue is in the first place, I think. It's so tricky. There's so much nuance. Stan Aspen. I'm here. I'm joining the Aspen fan club, please.
I think it's normal. After all, you've only been together a short time.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
if
it's
you're in
normal.
love, if it's meant to be, then you shouldn't be afraid to be open with her about your feelings. That's the only way either of you can grow.
That makes sense.
Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. I love it. I love the way she worded that. You can tell she's a writer. Will love. If it's meant to be, then it will be.
You sure do have a lot of good advice for someone who's not an expert.
I don't really need to be in this case. Besides, I know the two of you well enough to get how things turned out this way. That's why I think it will be all right in the end, too.
Oh, I love this.
I hope you're right.
Supportive Aspen, thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for talking with me. And for everything you said, too.
Of course.
No.
I'm glad I could help. I want things to work out for the both of you.
Oh, yes, a woman in her mid-20s giving advice to two people with a collective age of over 500. It's pretty great. I love it. But as she said, though, she's read a lot of books. She knows what's going on here. She knows her stuff. With our conversation finished, Aspen sets up her writing stuff in the kitchen, since the main room is too crowded, and brews herself a pot of coffee. I go back to my seat at the front to think about what she said. Thinking. It's dangerous. Yeah, in their defense. Yeah, Miho and Juliet have, like, no romance experience. It's very true. It's very true. They've probably gone out of their way to avoid it. More than anything. Yeah, they seem to have exact opposite issues too. Yeah, the issue with Aspen was that Miho was almost too devoted to Aspen and forgot to be her own person. And here she's afraid Juliet's not devoted enough. Yeah, I think that's so true as well, because with Aspen it was very sudden. Like, the relationship and how close they got so quickly was probably a little bit overwhelming to Miho as well. Like, when she'd lived her whole life with nothing like that and then suddenly love bomb every corner. Love bomb, what? And now with Juliet, it's more like they're taking it so slowly that it's kind of not moving. Yeah. I think probably because of the fact that they have been alive so long and the lack of lifespan urgency, it means that there isn't really like that push to make things go any further. And yeah, Juliet has also had a very lonely couple of decades, yeah. She's been through a lot of loss. She has been through so many situations that you can't blame her for wanting to take things slow. One is Godzilla stepping on a cupcake, the other is Godzilla gently nudging the cupcake with his toe. No, I think it'd be more like Godzilla eating loads and loads of cupcakes versus Godzilla spending a month to bake a single one. And then squashing it and having to start again. One thing Aspen is definitely right about is that the notion of leaving doesn't change our other problems. Honestly, it's a relief to hear her think of them as problems too. I've been afraid of doing the wrong thing so much that it's kept me from trying to do the right thing. Juliet and I will talk about heavy stuff and then split up to think about it on our own. Then, when we do spend time together again, neither of us bring it up. I've been that way because I don't want to bring the mood down or spoil what could be good times, but it's not like that's kept us from feeling bad. Maybe it would be better to just get it over with, painful or not. Maybe it would help us both make up our minds, too. Ultra Christy, hello! Welcome! Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy your time here. Mimo Thinking. Welcome, welcome. Oh, Mogu, thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna have some tea. I'll have some tea before I finish reading. I should probably have some Monster as well, actually. Alright, well, if I'm doing that, I might as well have some water as well. I'll just have a sip of all three of my drinks. I have all of the drinks provided. And a posture check too, thank you. I'll have a big stretch while I get head pats. Haha. Ugh. Big stretch. Monster infused tea. No, I've tried that. I have tried that before. I actually tried it. I had a mouthful of Monster and a mouthful of tea, and I drank them at the same time, and the only way I can describe it is strange. Like, it didn't taste bad, but it also didn't taste good. It was like, I would much rather have the two of these separately. It was interesting. But at the moment I have fruit tea. I have strawberry, raspberry, cranberry tea. So it's very fruity. It's very sweet. It's nice. But it's also very warm because of my heat flask, which is really nice. But yeah, I always have 3 drinks on the go. 3 or 4 drinks at any one time. It's just like, what do I fancy having a sip of next? I'll have this one. But, yes, where were we? Here. Miho Thinking. Even if the conclusions we come to are the ones I'm afraid of, it's not like denying them will make them any less real. Hiding from the truth doesn't make it untrue. Taking a deep breath, I steel myself for the conversation I know I'll have to have later, and start thinking about what it is I want to say. Oh, and it's Tommy time! Save it there. Sure. What am I overwriting? Who knows? Probably something important. It's fine. Tommy time! Tommy time! I love this little bug kid. I love him. I continue to see Tommy and his family fairly regularly. Of course, I hear from the 3 of them every day just to maintain their memories. It makes my daily check-ins take a little while, but that's okay. Gwen also comes to the library to study several times a week, sometimes by herself and sometimes with Tommy. When Elijah drops by to return the books he borrowed, he mentions that he wasn't able to learn much about Gerby like he'd hoped, but that he thinks Gerby comes from somewhere other than the underworld, like I do. That would explain why it's harder to find information about him. It reminds me a bit of Aspen and Juliet trying to find out more about my bead and magic. At least in that case, there's Silver to help explain some things, at least grudgingly. As for Tommy, it seems like he's doing okay. I don't hear anything else about him getting into fights, for one thing. When he's at the library, he either looks for bugs or just reads a book at the table with his mom. Thank you for the head pat! Hello, Nicolio! Welcome! Welcome to Storytime! Slowly but surely, the three of them, 4 if you count Gerby, have slipped into their own routine. I hope Elijah was right when he said that things between them will just have to get better with time. After spending some time outside, I get back to the library in the early evening and start closing up for the night. Oh, was that it? Short and sweet Tommy moment. I hope things are going okay. I think they are. Good timing. Gonna eat? Oh, perfect. I can read you a story while you eat. I hope you have nice food. And Josie, hello. Nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. You're just in time for women. We got plenty of women here. Thank you for the head pat. I hope you have nice food. The last few patrons around say goodbye as they trickle past me out the door, and I give absent-minded responses as they go. Aspen must have left some time while I was out. Stacking and shelving books gives me something to occupy my hands, but my thoughts are running wild. I keep an ear open for the sounds of Juliet waking up, running water, shutting doors, or even her voice coming down the hallway. I've spent all day thinking about Aspen's words and what I want to say to Juliet, but my feelings are still a mess. Regardless, I plan to talk to her tonight. Every other day that I put it off is just another day that I'll feel like this. Aspen said I shouldn't be afraid of talking to Juliet, but in this case, it's hard not to be nervous. After all, this conversation could change our entire relationship, for better or worse. That means my entire life could change too. I should be used to potentially life-changing moments by now, but my heart is still racing. Thank you for the head pats. Why are you giving me head pats? I thought you were eating. Don't you need your hands to eat with? What are you having? I hope you're having nice food. All I can do is trust in myself and in Juliet. Doing those two things have gotten me this far. I just have to speak from my heart and hope she understands. Plot twist, Juliet goes back and Miho ends up with Aspen again. Oh! No, but Aspen's doing so well on her own. It would feel a bit bad. I'll just be like, a bad end, Miho ends up alone. I don't even want to think about that. That's impossible. It's impossible. Do I like the head pats? I do like the head pats, but also you need your hands to eat, right? Unless you're just patting me with one hand and eating with the other, I guess that works. But yeah, I can't have too many head pats too though, because otherwise my head will get sore. But thank you for the head pats. You should give me more head pats. I get all the head pats. I get all the pets today. I feel so petted. You have played an otome with multiple bad endings. Oh, I have played plenty of games with bad endings. But one thing that I really like about this game is the fact that it doesn't have bad endings. I feel like it would stress me out. I'm a completionist, so I'd want to do everything, but in a game that's like this comfy and healing and dealing with issues, I don't think it would be right if it had a bad ending. I feel like it would feel really wrong and out of place. I don't know. I'm glad it doesn't have it. And then other games I play and I'm like, oh, it's got so many bad ends. I'm gonna get all of these bad ends. I'm gonna do all of the wrong things. I mean, Heart of the Woods has bad ends, but they're still kind of comfy in a sad way. Yeah, I don't know, it definitely, I feel like the endings for Heart of the Woods definitely worked, and especially considering more of the tone of the story, they definitely fit in with that. But it's like for this game, like I feel like the tone of it and how it's a story about like growth and love and all those kind of things, I I just don't think it would fit. I'm really glad there isn't a bad ending, because honestly, if there was one, I would feel like it was just tacked on because, oh, visual novel need bad end. It makes me feel more comfortable playing it because I know that I can't make a bad decision, I can't make the wrong choice. Things are still going to be okay, and sometimes I need that kind of security in a game. I'm so good at picking the wrong things. But Olympia Soiree, I have heard things about that game. I have heard many things about that game. Honestly, kind of makes me want to play it at some point. Probably not a game I would stream. I don't think I'd want to stream it. I don't think it would fit the comfy vibes. But thank you for the hydrate! I will have a sip of my drinks. Have some more tea. I've got like double the amount of tea I usually have this time, because I did the flask strategy again, the pitcher. Just fill a jug with tea and then pour it all in. But yeah, I'm really glad that this just has different happy endings. I wanted to make a game that didn't punish you for making the choices that fit you the best. I love that! I love that so much. It's what I really appreciate about this. It's like that I've played so many visual novels where when I've gotten the good ending, I've just been like, well, I'm only doing this because I'm like metagaming and knowing what should be the quote-unquote right choice. So I like it when it's a bit more vague like this, a bit more like indeterminate, like you can kind of figure out where things are going, but you know you're not going to make like the wrong choice. I really like it. Yeah! Your path to happiness isn't wrong no matter what, so long as you're being a good person. It's a really good way of seeing it. I love that. I love it so much. It feels more real. It does. It feels really nice to know that like you can make a decision that might not like in the moment be the right thing to do, but it doesn't mean that you then can't work past that and proceed after that. Because it's kind of realistic really to make like a single bad choice and then suddenly your entire life is ruined. But I don't know, it depends on the game, definitely. Some stories, I like the lack of realisticness. I like being able to just pick really wild things and know it's gonna go badly. But for this one, it's definitely the right choice to just have the comfy endings. Yeah, but sometimes your action can change things, but not in a major way, and you can still work with what happens without changing the outcome. Exactly! It's exactly it. It's sometimes even like the best person in the world can make a mistake and do the wrong thing, but it's how you like work past that and realize what you've done and like grow from that. I don't think it necessarily has to just be a like, oh, you've made this terrible decision, you're doomed forever. But yeah, I do like a good bad ending from time to time. I've definitely played a lot of visual novels which have had mostly bad endings. But I love them. Good times. Good times, good games. It's part of the joy. Oh, call me Panda Man. Hello, Panda Man. Thank you for the head pat too. I'm getting so many head pats right now. I'm getting all of them. I'm getting so petted. My hair's gonna get messy. But thank you so much, everyone. But yeah, it's one of the things I love about visual novels, though. It's the kind of thing. Oh, more head pats. Thank you. It's one of the things I love about visual novels, though. Like, I really love an interactive story where the decisions you make do actually like change the path of how things go. I love that. I've been a fan of it even like ever since I was a really, really young child and I discovered what Choose Your Own Adventure books were. As soon as I found Choose Your Own Adventure books, that was it. That was my life. I would make like little lists on paper. I would write down the page numbers for each choice. And then if I made a choice I didn't like, I would go back and pick the other option. I would 100% Choose Your Own Adventure books. Even like right back before visual novels were really popular, I was still 100%ing them. But yeah, I'm getting so many head pats. My hair is so neat. But oh, I love visual novels. I love them so much. It's so good. Oh, my hair's getting so messy now. Thank you for the head pat. I was waiting for that. I was waiting for the next one. I'm gonna have to be like this now. I've had so many ruffles, my hair's flicking out. Her messy hair. But, right, where were we? Yep, all I can do is trust in myself and in Juliet. Doing those two things have gotten me this far. I just have to speak from my heart and hope that she understands. In a weird way, I'm kind of glad that it feels like there's so much on the line here. No matter what happens, I hope I can have some closure soon. The last library guest eventually leaves, and I finish everything that needs doing. Oh, my chair's getting a bit creaky. Gonna have to see about fixing that at some point. The last library guest eventually leaves, and I finish everything that needs doing. After pointlessly adjusting the chairs and straightening out some papers for the 100th time, I go to the kitchen and make myself a cup of tea. And have a sip of it. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna have some tea as well. If Miho's having tea, then so am I. Matchies, although we're probably having different types of tea. Ugh. Put my flask away. I found myself drinking more tea over the past few weeks. I still don't like the taste on its own, but with enough sugar, I can tolerate it. Making tea is kind of soothing too. Heating up the water, scooping the leaves, watching it steep. I imagine that's why Juliet drinks it, even as a vampire. Yeah, plus I feel like tea has a really nice scent to it as well. So even though she can't taste things, she can probably still smell it as she's drinking it, so it's probably still nice for her even without a sense of taste. Yeah, just like me, I'm drinking a lot of tea as well. It's just really nice. I feel like there's something really relaxing about just sitting back, having a comfy time. Got a cozy blanket, got a warm drink. It's really nice. Thank you for the head pat. It's so relaxing, and it's so much nicer now that I can actually keep my tea warm as well. It's so good. I sit at the table and sip my drink, unable to do much besides that. I consider going and watching TV, but I know I wouldn't be able to pay attention. So instead, I sit and wait. After what seems like forever, I finally hear sounds from upstairs. I force myself to wait a little bit longer and give Juliet some time to properly wake up. Wiping my palms on my legs, I count the seconds away. Knees weak, palms are sweaty. When it feels like it's been long enough, I stand up. Before I go upstairs, I refill my mug and prepare a cup of tea for Juliet as well. Again, the simple process helps me focus on something else for a moment. Clear my mind. Meditation through tea, it's perfect. Once both cups are ready, I take them and go upstairs. I pause outside Juliet's study, listening for just a second to make sure I'm not interrupting anything. I don't hear anyone else with her, so I knock.
Come in.
I'm coming. I step inside.
Good evening, Miho. I was just about to come down and see you.
No. Oh.
Hey, I made you some tea.
It's tea time. I pass her one of the mugs, which she accepts with a smile. I get all the head pats, thank you. Oh, I love Juliet so much.
Thank you. That's very thoughtful.
Oh, she has such a lovely voice too. Oh. I just nod, taking a seat without being offered.
Can we talk?
Juliet stiffens, probably at my words as well as my actions. This is the only way I can do it, though. It's this or freak out.
Of course.
Oh, she sounds so unsure. Juliet, oh. There's a little shake in her voice, too. That makes me feel a bit better somehow. She doesn't say anything else. Juliet pulls her chair out from behind the desk and sits down close to me, but not touching me. It's not too different from a couple weeks ago, when we sat here and she told me about the underworld and asked me to go with her. I wonder if she has an idea of what it is I want to talk about. I would be surprised if not. To give myself one last second of preparation, I take a long drink of tea, centering myself around the warmth and aroma. Then I set the mug down on the desk. I force myself to make eye contact with her, even as my mind wants to look away.
Aspen came by the library this morning to do some writing. She said she decided not to take that job at the New Bell House.
Oh, the music. Oh, the music.
We talked for a while, and she asked some questions about us. About you and me, I mean. She asked how things were going between us, and I told her I don't really know, basically.
Yeah, this is gonna be a really difficult conversation. This is gonna be such a tough conversation. But it needs to be had. It's gonna be so hard, but it needs to be done. Nothing's gonna change otherwise. Oh. Juliet's eyes widen, and I see her swallow, but she doesn't say anything. She just waits for me to continue.
She could tell that something was bothering me. I didn't tell her you might be leaving, just to get that out of the way. I kept my promise about that. She asked me some other questions, though, and helped me realize some stuff.
Oh.
Some stuff that I've been feeling for a while, but didn't tell you.
It always makes it so much harder when like you don't realize a problem's been lingering for a while, because like by the time you do realize, a lot of the time I feel like it gets really awkward to then bring it up, because it's like, well, I've just realized that this has been happening for weeks. and then you get awkward because it's like, well, I should have said something about it weeks ago. I'm not going to say anything, and then it gets longer and longer and it gets harder and harder to bring it up. I've definitely been in that position before in the past.
Because I didn't want to bother you when you already have so much on your mind. And I was afraid that if I did, it might be another reason to make you want to leave.
No. Oh, Miho. Miho.
But talking with Aspen made me realize that if I don't tell you, then it's just going to make things worse.
It really is. Miho. I'm so proud of her doing this, though. This has got to be so difficult.
So, I spent all day trying to think about how to say it, but still couldn't figure it out. Obviously.
Still silent, Juliet is so motionless as she listens that she could almost pass for a doll. I take a deep breath, looking away from her face.
Do you love me?
Wow, what a question. Oh, wow. Damn. My throat contracts as I ask, barely able to whisper. I take a sip of tea to steady myself. Oh, she must be so... Oh. Nicolio, thank you for stopping in and for the head pats. I hope you have nice food. Oh, Mio. That must be so hard to ask. That's such a scary thing to ask.
Oh, Miho, of course I do. I do love you. I hadn't...
No, I need tea. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm having a sip. Having a sip of tea. Oh. Yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to hear. Especially if somebody that you really love is asking you if you love them. I feel like you would then just be like, what have I been doing wrong? I've been doing something wrong if they don't realize I love them. Oh.
I hadn't meant to make you question that.
Oh. Oh. Juliet whispers too, also sounding strained. Her hand twitches like she's going to reach for me, but stops herself.
I love you too.
Oh, my heart. Oh. Oh, this is so much. Thank you for the head pat. Oh. This time my words sound more like a gasp. I can feel the imminent pressure of tears, and it's all I can do to keep myself from crying.
I really do. You helped teach me what love even is. And that I could be in love. So that's why.
Oh.
That's why.
2 tears roll down my cheeks as I look into her eyes again, seeing them sparkle as well. Oh.
That's why I don't want to have to ask. I just want to know.
That's understandable.
We say it to each other, and we hug and we kiss, but it feels like that's it. I know we said we didn't need to use certain words or do certain things, and that's true, but sometimes it feels like we're still just friends. Like nothing's changed. I like being with you and just doing nothing, but I don't want to always do nothing. And to do things you want to do too. I want to have fun with you, not just make you less sad. Sometimes, I don't even know if I do that. It's not just that you want to leave. I get why you do.
Oh.
But even if I go with you, would things be any different? Or would we still be like this?
That's a really good point as well.
Because I don't want to keep wondering. I know we haven't been together for very long, but I don't want to keep feeling like you're only with me because I asked, or for my sake.
It hurts so good. It does. I'm in pain. But it's so good.
You're always doing things for other people. I love that about you.
It's so good, but it's so bad. It's so painful, but it's so important. It's so much. Also, Muffin, hello. Thank you for the head pat. Welcome to difficult conversations that need to be had. Oh, wow.
But I couldn't take it if this was one of those things. Right now, that's how it seems sometimes.
Somehow, I manage to stifle my tears and keep from breaking down entirely. I breathe out deeply, letting my words linger in the air between us. I feel strangely serene, the tempest of anxiety that's buffeted me all day getting calmer. This scene is breaking me too. It's breaking me in half over its knee. This is, my heart. I've said what was on my mind, and so now there's no taking it back. No matter what happens now, no matter what Juliet says, at least I was honest. The worry of the response too, after being that open and vulnerable. Oh. Next to me, Juliet buries her face in her hands. Her shoulders shake, and I can hear her trying to get herself under control. It feels weird for us to be in these positions. Usually it's the other way around. I slide to the floor and scoot closer, wrapping my arms around her and putting my head against Juliet's side. It's an awkward position and not very comfortable, but it's all I can manage right now. Even while she continues to cry, I feel her place one hand on top of my head, stroking my hair gently as she vents her feelings. I focus on that sensation and the rise and fall of her chest with every breath, while I wait for her to be able to respond. She let me say my piece uninterrupted, and I want to do the same for her. Oh, this is a huge part of why you prefer Juliet's route. Yeah. As heartbreaking as the scene is, it's also really important. Yeah, it really is. And it's so real as well. It's so easy to say, oh yeah, communication is the most important thing. But actually getting around to doing the communicating is sometimes one of the hardest things in the world. You can know logically that you just have to talk to somebody, but it's not as easy as just talking to them. It is so difficult sometimes. Incredibly important, but so difficult. Slowly, Juliet regains her composure and finally wipes her face with one sleeve. I lean back and sit up, though I stay on the floor close to her. It's not the first time I've seen Juliet cry, but I've never seen her look like this before. Now she's a mess.
Miho,
Oh. This is gonna break me, isn't it? This is gonna break me, I can tell already. I reach up and take one of her hands, wet with tears.
I don't even know where to begin. I suppose I should start with what's most important.
Oh. Juliet stands and I stand with her. Like when we danced, and several other times after that, we face each other just a few inches apart.
I love you, Miho. I truly do. So much that it scares me. And I've let that fear hurt you.
Yeah, this is gonna break me. This is already breaking me. Oh. Oh. Oh.
I'm not young anymore. From the outside, I've seen so many relationships begin and end. I've had dalliances of my own. I know the volatility of the heart.
Oh. Wow.
So, to find myself falling for you so quickly and so deeply,
That's scary, yeah.
I didn't know how to respond to my own feelings with anything other than doubt. We spoke of this before, with Aspen in the gardens that night. I thought that I could be the kind of friend I said I would. Closer and more vulnerable.
Oh, crying at work on a Wednesday. I'm so sorry. How many times has this happened now? I keep making you cry at work. I'm so sorry.
I did
Oh.
mean those words, believing that that kind of friendship was enough.
Oh, yeah, it hits harder too, realizing how long she's been alive for. And how many situations she's been in. Like, she's already lost a child. She's probably so scared of, like, the thought of happiness that isn't going to end prematurely. It's terrifying. I can fully understand why she would be so terrified. Oh.
Yet even as I promised to be more open, I was already setting new boundaries in my heart.
Oh.
I knew of Aspen's feelings for you at the time, even as I was aware of my own beginning to blossom.
No, she was already falling in love by the time the confession happened. That makes Aspen's even more devastating now. I'm sorry, I need some tea. It's tea time, I need tea. Oh my goodness. That makes it so much harder, because then it would be like, of course she has doubts. She's like, well, this can't happen. This can't happen. Because if I get my hopes up, they're just gonna be dashed. It makes more sense to not hope in that kind of situation. I can fully understand. She'd just be like, well, if I don't expect anything more, then I don't have to be disappointed about that not happening. When you think of all of the hurt and disappointment and loss that she's had to go through in her life, you can fully understand why she would be so terrified about a situation like this. Oh.
When you came to me and asked about love, I expected and even wanted you to accept Aspen's confession.
Wow. Oh. Because I bet in her mind that would have been so much easier. It would be so easy if she starts having these feelings and then it's just like, no. If they both get together, then I don't have to worry about those feelings. I can squash them out and not have to worry about it. Oh boy.
And while I would never, ever have wished for her to forget you like she did, the pathetic relief I felt when you told me you had decided not to return her feelings was indescribable.
That's not pathetic. There is nothing pathetic about feeling that. That is not... Oh, Juliet, no! Oh, it hurts so good.
Over the coming days, as I began to suspect that you might feel the same way about me as I did about you, I found myself of two minds, hoping I was right and hoping I was wrong.
Oh, yeah, I can totally understand it too. It makes so much sense. It's in just like in a self-preservation kind of sense too. It makes sense to not be worrying, but also, yeah, it can feel so bad to be happy when you know it's like gonna make someone else upset. It's so difficult because you can't make everyone happy. Especially not at like the expense of your own happiness too. It's the whole reason why like on a plane it's always like put your own oxygen mask on before helping others with theirs. You can't like sacrifice yourself for somebody else because then you just lose yourself. But it's so much easier sometimes to ignore that and just be like, oh, it's fine, even when it's not. No.
Even as I told you that pain and heartbreak were unavoidable parts of connection and relationships, I could feel the sharp sting of hypocrisy in my throat. The words I spoke were true, and yet I had sworn myself away from those things.
Oh, wow.
The thought of being with you was euphoric, and the thought of someday losing you was crushing.
Mm.
Those are both still true as well.
Oh.
That night by the sea, when you said that you loved me.
Oh, her voice, no. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry as well, no. No. Oh, it's like, I can fully understand, like, when the decision can be, like, things going incredibly well and just being the best in the world versus just completely devastating, earth-shattering awful. It can be so easy then to just go with, like, the medium, like, you're not happy, but you're not devastated at the same time. It's like the easy choice. Oh, thank you for the headphones. Oh, boy.
I was so happy and so afraid.
Please be happy. Please.
By remaining somewhere in the middle,
Yeah.
I thought that I was protecting you as well as myself. What a fool I was. All I've done is hurt both of us more.
Oh. I can't wait any longer. I pull Juliet toward me, taking her by surprise. She stumbles, but I catch her, wrapping my arms around her again. I hold her as tightly as I can. Like, I'll never let her go.
I'm sorry, Miho. I am so sorry for making you feel this way for so long.
Oh, wow.
It's okay. Really.
Lie on floor. Try not to cry. Cry a lot.
I wouldn't have said all this if I didn't want to make things work.
No.
Thank you. I'll do better from now on. I promise. I really promise this time.
Look how many tears I can cry. Juliet's lips find mine, and we kiss like it's the first time. In a way, maybe it is. I know things can't be fixed with just one conversation. It's the start, not the end. But it's the start of something exciting, just like when we first shared our feelings with each other. Whatever awaits us in the future, whether it's good or bad or somewhere in between, I'm looking forward to facing it, as long as it's with Juliet. Juliet eventually ends our kiss, but only moves far enough away to look down at me lovingly. Her face is still streaked with tears, and her hair is a disheveled mess. But somehow, I don't think she's ever looked more beautiful to me.
I love you, Miho.
I can't help but smile in response.
I love you too.
I don't doubt her words at all. Oh, my heart. Oh, wow. When Juliet and I finally say our goodbyes for the night and I went to sleep, it was with a much lighter heart than the past few days. Before we split up, I asked her to show me how to get to the nature preserve where her friend took the bird, and she walked me through how to reach a shuttle that will take me there. Oh no, 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 don't do this to me. No, I'm crying enough already. Stop it, game. Stop. What a scene, wow. Wow, that was important. That was so important. Thank you for the hydrate. Gotta replenish these tears somehow. Please be happy. Please be happy. Thank you for the tear. Time to replenish all the liquids lost from the tears, yeah. More tea. Tea, please save me. I love how, like, when I've started drinking quite a bit from my tea flask, if I'm trying to speak while it's too close to my mouth, I get, like, this cool, like, echoey effect. Ooh. I wonder if I can... Oh, I was trying to see if I could, like, blow a note over the top of it, like with bottles, but it's not quite. No, I think the opening's too big for that. I tried. Just making weird blowing noises now. No, not quite. I keep trying as though it's going to be any different. But thank you for the head pats too. Head pats and hydration. Oh. I need something to pass the time before she wakes up, and I want to see how the bird is doing, so it seemed like the perfect time to visit. In the morning, after I get up and out of bed, I have a quick breakfast on my own since I slept in. Then, once I'm ready, I make the short walk to the stop where I can get on the shuttle and ride it the rest of the way there. I wonder if this is where the scenes combine. I don't think I can take the bird moment at the moment, so I hope, yes, I can skip through. Oh, here we go! Another decision! What am I saving over? Who knows? Hopefully it's not important. Oh, I miss traveling to new places. I'm glad to have settled down. I think I'm going for the settling down first. I'm glad to have settled down. Reminds me of my days in the wild, running free. Although those were good times, I prefer the simplicity and security of my daily life that I've established. There we go, skip again. The bird. The poor bird. Here we go. Is this new? This is new. I spend a few hours wandering around the preserve and never run out of things to see. There are birds, lizards, and all kinds of other creatures, plus a forest that reminds me of Korea. The calm beauty of it all helps me to feel better after hearing about the bird. At least it got to spend its last few days in a place as gorgeous as this. It's so beautiful in the evening. I love, like, the gradient of the sky in the evening. I feel like evening sunset sky is, like, my favorite, like, time of day for the sky and how the sky looks. It's so nice, just seeing all of the colors. It's so pretty. After a while, I leave the park and wait for a shuttle to take me back where I came from, and then walk the rest of the way to the library. Once I'm home, I spend the rest of the day napping and watching TV while I wait for Juliet to wake up. I wonder if every time of day for every background ended up being used. Be interesting to see, to go through it and be like, oh, I guess we never came to this place at night, or that kind of thing. Oh. That night, I'm dozing in my room, drifting in and out of sleep, when there's a knock at my door. 3 knocks, like always. Spent a lot of time calculating bus distances and Fox running speed to justify certain CGs to be set in sunset. I am so glad. I am so glad. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for making them extra beautiful. I really love sunsets though. Sunrise and sunset, like the way the sky looks when it's like you've got the sky and the sun and like it's the in-between point. I feel like it always just looks so beautiful. That moment just like right between everything is so good.
Come in.
We have a visitor. The door swings open and Juliet stands there. I leap to my feet, sleepiness disappearing in an instant.
Good evening, Miho.
Hey.
Hi. She welcomes me into her arms with a hug and a kiss. I'm sure last night's conversation is still front and center in her mind. The two of us go downstairs and Juliet starts preparing tea, setting a mug at both of our spots on the table.
How was your visit to the nature preserve?
Emotionally devastating, thanks for asking.
It was really nice. I had no idea there was a place like that in Wellington. All those trees.
No.
It was even more impressive than the gardens or Mount Victoria.
I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Were you able to find your bird?
Oh.
Well, kinda. I found Amaya at least.
So sad.
She told me that the bird passed away.
Oh no, Miho. I'm so sorry.
Still, it just reminds me of the first time I encountered that scene, and things were going so well on the Aspen route that I was just like, well, things are going to keep going well, right? I genuinely had not even considered the possibility that the bird wasn't okay. It feels a lot more, maybe not as unexpected in this route, I think. I think, considering everything that's happened already, if I'd done this route first, I think I wouldn't have just wandered in expecting the bird to be okay. I think I would have been a bit more wary, like, oh, I hope the bird's okay.
It's okay.
No.
I know they did all they could to help it. All of us did.
Oh.
I think I'll go back sometime. Just to look around. I feel like I could spend days there and still find new things.
Yeah. I feel like this one is way more like... I don't want to say realistic, because I think Aspen's was still realistic too, but like in a different way. This one is definitely more... oof, hitting me right in the heart. Those kind of, oof, that's a lot kind of emotions. There's a lot going on.
I'd like to go with you sometime. It's been years since I've gone to visit myself.
It's a date. It's a date.
That sounds great. I'd love to see it with you.
Yeah, with progress, relationship progress, go on a date. A date to the nature preserve, that would be really cute. With a smile, Juliet pours us both some tea and sits down. I dump sugar into mine while she leaves hers untouched.
It's a date then.
She said it. Yes, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. She said it.
I was also wondering if you might accompany me somewhere tonight as well.
Okay. Okay. I'm here for this.
Oh, sure. Where did you want to go?
Well, as I'm sure you know, tomorrow is Halloween. It was always Cosette's favorite holiday. It's also a day to honor the dead.
Halloween. Halloween. Oh, I'm glad. I'm so glad.
Every year at midnight, I go
Oh.
to lay flowers at her grave.
Oh, she doesn't have to do it alone. I reach across the table, offering my hand, which Juliet takes. I love this. I love this. I feel like if they hadn't had that conversation, I don't think Juliet would be mentioning this. I think she would still be keeping that as like a burden she keeps to herself. She'll be like, well, I don't want to bring the mood down. I don't want to make Miho feel like she has to come to graves with me. But she's allowing herself to be a bit more vulnerable now, and I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
Of course I'll go.
No.
Thank you. I thought perhaps we could leave some flowers for
Oh.
Zhongying as well.
Oh, yes.
Only if you want to, of course.
Yes. Oh, wait, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. I love this. Also, Riddler, hello, welcome. Welcome, welcome. This is a comfy, cute love game with emotional devastation and very important messages. But welcome. A lot has happened. A lot has happened, but I love this game so much. This game is... Oh, it's so powerful. It's so good. But I'm doing well, thank you. I hope you're doing well as well. I'm having lots of tea. I've got my blanket around me. We're having comfy story time. Things are going well. And I got a giant fabric poster in the mail as well, so it's been a good day so far. It's so good. This game is just so good.
I'd like that. I'm sure they loved flowers.
Oh.
I know I do.
I'm sure they'd be grateful to receive them.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad they're allowing themselves to be more vulnerable with each other. I feel like that may have been, like, the main problem. Like, everything is so new and unsure, and they don't want to risk upsetting, like, the balance. But as a result, it meant that the balance was just kind of not going anywhere. They weren't getting as much as they could out of the relationship, and I'm so glad they're opening up to each other. Vulnerability is so important. It really is, especially in a relationship. You can't just bottle it all in and keep everything to yourself if there's another person involved in the relationship. I'm so glad they're able to share it with each other. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Some human traditions and rituals still seem foreign to me, and not something I'd think about doing myself. That was true for plenty of other things that I now take for granted, though, like holding hands and drinking tea. Once we've both drained our cups, we head out into the night together, beginning the walk to the cemetery. Along the way, Juliet guides us to a patch of wildflowers, where she picks some to leave for Cosette. The ones she chooses have white petals and purple ones. I pick a handful that are dark blue. They remind me of the colours Jungin was wearing when I first met them. Oh, and Maya, thank you for the dictionary narration redeem. Thank you, I got my dictionary. Let's go for an L. L is for love, loss, letting each other in. Lovely times. Let's open it to L. The word we have is not related to any of that. Hello, thank you for the dictionary narration redeem. The word I opened it on is lettuce. Lettuce, noun. A cultivated plant with leaves that are eaten in salads. The word before it as well is letterhead. A noun. A printed heading on stationery. They're both very little ones. I read both of them. So, short entries. But yes, thank you for the dictionary narration. Lettuce. Lettuce, more like let us be happy, please. But thank you for the dictionary narration redeem. Also, Miho has been alive for a long time, so she's probably observed people celebrating Christmas, but considering she hasn't really, like, been around other people, she probably hasn't had a reason to celebrate it herself, so... Like, this is her first time celebrating Halloween, so later on it'll be her first time celebrating Christmas as well. She gets to see all of the weird human events. Like usual, we're practically the only ones out this late. We pass by houses with the lights off and the curtains drawn, and shops that are too dark to see into. I used to be more comfortable in the nighttime, where I felt invisible and secure. Although I don't feel the need to be hidden just to be safe anymore, I still enjoy the quiet calmness it provides, sort of like the nature preserve earlier. We reach the cemetery and Juliet leads the way down several trails and through the trees. I remember which grave is Cosette's, even though it doesn't look much different from the others. Juliet and I both come to a stop at the same time, pausing in front of the simple memorial. She stoops down and wipes some dust away from the nameplate, and leaves the bundle of flowers that she chose. They're wrapped with a small ribbon that she brought with her, and held in place by a small rock. Then she steps back to stand beside me. I don't say anything, but silently take her hand again. She squeezes tightly. The last time we were here, I ran away as the reality of death and human mortality hit me. Now, knowing what I do and having accepted it, I can appreciate Juliet's loss so much more. So much love and so much of her life are buried just a few feet beneath us, with only a small stone to represent it all. Juliet clears her throat and, still facing Cosette's grave, begins to speak.
Even now, so many years after Cosette passed away, still surprises me sometimes that she's gone.
Here I was like, oh, they're gonna go on a date. We can have a bit of light relief after all the heavy moments. No, we're staying heavy. It's still heavy. Of course it is. Oh.
When I wake up, I half expect to hear her laughter from the hallway, or see her reading in the library, or find her shoes by the back door. By holding on to these little memories, these little paints, I thought I could keep her alive in my heart. There's no one else left to remember her. The way her laugh sounded, the books she enjoyed, the clothes she preferred. So I clung to those memories, for fear that they would cease to exist if I didn't.
Oh, wow. She really has been putting so many burdens on herself. When you consider, like, because of her living for so long and knowing so many people, she probably feels so responsible for those memories. Like, if nobody else is going to remember them, then she has to. She has to. That's so much pressure.
I've told you, Miho, how I've tried to live to honor Cosette.
Oh.
By doing my part to create the kind of world she dreamed about living in. A world of kindness and hope. Believe it or not, that was easy. Any pain or trouble was acceptable so long as it took me closer to that goal. Until one day, it wasn't.
Wow.
At the time, I thought that helping you was just another step down the path I had chosen for myself. But as time went on, and you blossomed and learned to live, it made me realize that I had reached a dead end.
Wow.
I had spent so long striving for this new world that I forgot to appreciate the one around me. And when I realized that, I felt trapped. Were I to stray from my path, I didn't know where it would take me.
It's like, I'm just here, like, I am so happy that she's being vulnerable and open and letting herself express this. Like, not just to Miho, I feel like she's saying it to herself as well. But I'm also emotionally devastated by it. This is hard.
My world wasn't there anymore.
Oh.
Not just Cosette. Not just the people we knew.
I love her.
Technology improved. People's lives improved. And everything moved forward. Everything but me. All I could think to do was run away. As I always have when faced with a difficult problem. Whether throwing myself off of the world or refusing to face a life without my daughter. The only direction I've ever been able to move is backwards.
No. No, you've been moving forwards as well, please. Oh.
Last night, when you told me that you wanted to do the things I'd like to do, for me to take the lead more often. Being with you is the first thing I've wanted for myself in a long, long time.
Wow.
To the point where I'm not even sure how to do that.
No. No. Oh, I love Juliet so much. Wow, finally Juliet faces me. Just like last night, just like in the library, just like so many other times before.
Can you show me? Can you show me how to move forward?
Yes! Oh. I gently take both of Juliet's hands and guide them to my heart, holding them against me. I can feel every beat and know that she can too.
We can figure it out together. You already helped me with that after all.
Oh.
After I found out Jungin was dead, I felt the same way. Like I didn't know what else to do with my life, or with myself.
Oh, the music, it all feels so positive. It feels like progress. This feels like progress. I love it. Oh.
If you think about it, by searching for
love
them for
them.
so long, I'd been doing the same thing you were all this time. But it was because of you and Aspen that I decided to stay in Wellington. The two of you showed me how to keep going, even when I didn't know where to go. And how just because they aren't around anymore, that doesn't change what they did for me.
Oh, I love this so much.
I wouldn't be here talking to you if it wasn't for them. So I'll always be grateful for that, even though they've been gone for so long.
Oh. I turn to look at Cosette's grave beside us. It would be fair to say she's changed my life too, indirectly.
It's the same thing with you and Cosette. She made your life great,
Oh.
and I'm sure you made hers great too. I didn't know her, but from everything you've told me about her, I'm sure she wouldn't want you to hurt or feel sad about her all the time.
Yeah, the impression I get of Cosette, I feel like she'd be like, no, don't do that. Stop being upset, go do things.
I'm sure she would have wanted you to smile when you think of her, and to find lots of other reasons to smile too.
Yeah, remember all the nice times. It's a way of keeping the memories alive too. Like, do the things that she liked, listen to the music she loved. Enjoy it, live it, just dance. Aw. Juliet also studies the moonlit grave. I wonder if she's picturing Cosette the person, or if she's seeing the stone for what it is. After a long time, she nods.
Yes. Yes, I do believe you're right. I'll never stop loving her. Or missing her.
No.
She lived a wonderful life and died a peaceful death. She'll remain at peace forevermore.
Oh.
But I'm still alive. And it's time that I acted like it.
It is! It's time. It is about time.
To make a new life for ourselves here. One step at a time. Together.
Here? New life for ourselves here, not in the underworld? Hello?
Right. Together. You're not alone anymore. Neither of us are. I just have one question, though. You said here. Does that mean that you'll stay?
Me and Miho having the same brain cell again. I'm so glad. Oh.
Yes. Maybe someday we'll go. But I want it to be because both of us want to.
Oh.
Not just me.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I was so worried about this too. I'm so glad. Oh, thank goodness.
There's plenty of time for that in the future. Right now, I think I'd like to learn to enjoy Wellington again. To see it the way you do. Fresh and exciting.
Yes. Head pats for everyone. Hold on. Head pats for Miho. Head pats for Juliet. I'm so glad. I'm so happy. Oh. It's time for her to see what Wellington is now and not just look at it and see the past. Because I feel like she's been living in Wellington, but she hasn't been living in Wellington, if you know what I mean. She's just like, she'll go past a place and be like, oh, that used to be this old shop. Whereas now she can go and see it and be like, oh, but now it's this shop. And fully experience it. I'm ready. Revisiting.
I like that too.
Learning how to live again. Ooh. Relief washes over me like a wave. I was prepared to go with her if it's what she really wanted, but I'd much rather stay here for a while longer. After tonight, it feels like I can finally relax without worry following me around. Juliet and I are still together and we're not going anywhere. Whatever happens next, I'm sure we'll be able to handle it. Because we have each other. I let go of Juliet so that I can step forward and place the flowers that I brought for Jungin on the ground beside Cosette's grave. Oh, Riddlers, thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. I hope you can rest. They're a little bit smooshed, but I'm sure that's alright. I don't think they'd mind. I love the thought of Cosette's grave with this beautiful bouquet on top, and then there's just some little smooshed up flowers right next to it. Almost immediately, a light breeze picks up, scattering the bundle lightly to the winds. I think that's alright too. Just a little smooshed. Just a little bit. I'll never forget about Jungin either. No matter how far I go and how many people I meet, they'll always be special to me. They set me on my own path, the one that I walked for decades. Oh, this background has daytime evening variants as well, but we only come here at night. It's so nice knowing that there are the different variations that were made as well, though. I bet this is so pretty in the evening. If I could somehow tell them about everything I've seen and done since then, and about the new adventures that I'm sure to have with Juliet, I think they'd be just as excited for me as I am. I'm sad I never got to thank them properly, but just like Cosette and Juliet, I think that living my life to its fullest is the best way I could do that. Maybe the evening variant. I don't remember, actually. I don't remember the last time we visited. Was it evening? It might have been evening. I don't remember. I feel like I want to go check afterwards now. But there was the CG before as well. Juliet and I stay quiet for a little bit longer, both reflecting on everything. Finally, she puts her arm around me and gestures with her hand in the direction that we came from.
Well, shall we be getting back to the library? I imagine you could use some rest before tomorrow evening's activities.
Oh!
Sounds good to me. I'm ready to go if you are.
Juliet turns to give one last look at the grave. The flowers she placed shake in the breeze, while mine are spread further and further. She smiles at me.
Yes. I think I'm ready.
Oh. Oh. I'm so glad. Also, considering what Jungin was like as well, I feel like the fact that the flowers are being scattered makes it even more relevant as a memorial too. I love that. Here we go. Oh, is it Halloween time now? This is the same as before. It's Halloween! We're skipping, we're seeing this. It's silver. Silver time. And there we go, we did chapter 4! Chapter 5, Small Wonders. Oh, this is so beautiful. This is so beautiful. Oh, we did it. We finally made it through chapter 4. We made it. Chapter 5. Small Wonders, let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready. Chapter 5, we made it. Many distractions along the way, but we made it. I love this game. November passes without much trouble as summer gets closer and it grows warmer outside. Oh, we got a raid! We got a raid too. Hello. Boosty Bobo, how's it going? Bo kicked us out. Please take care of us. Oh, well, you are welcome here. Welcome in. Hello, raiders. How's it going? How was your stream? I think... I didn't mean to do that. I accidentally pinned the raid message instead of giving you a shout out. I did it again! I did it again! Why am I doing this? I don't know how to do anything. There we go. Thank you, Brushy. I couldn't do it. I'm all over the place. Thank you so much. But hello, raiders. Welcome. Welcome in. I think Twitch is having a bit of a time too, because as the raid happened, instead of the raid message, it just showed up with a random message that was like, no money raised so far for blank. No more days to show support. Like a charity message. That was weird. Yeah, that is so strange. Why that was meant to be the raid notification. I'm really glad I have the bot set up to say when there are raids, because Twitch got that very wrong. But welcome. I hope you had a nice stream. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope the Apex went well. Did you get lots of wins? I hope you got many wins, I believe. But welcome. For anyone who's new here, hello. I'm Lirie. I'm a pink-haired cat girl from the UK, and I love puzzle games and comfy games. And I'm currently playing a really, really lovely visual novel called Please Be Happy. This has been a very pleading, please be happy kind of day. But this game it's so beautiful. It's so lovely. But yes, thank you for bringing the raiders over here. The stream is going well so far. It's been a heavy one. There have been some very heavy conversation topics going on, but it's like a healing heavy. It's a good heavy. We're getting through them. Communication, going through, resolving issues, making things better. It's been a good time. But yeah, thank you for the raid. And if you have to head off, please don't feel obligated to stay just because you're raided. But if you want to stick around and be comfy, we're having some comfy story time. And I think it's going to be comfier from now on too. I think we've handled most of the difficult topics. It's onto the growth and healing now. But yes, welcome everyone, and I hope you enjoy your time here. We're just enjoying some comfy chill times. But yeah, that was a really weird message to come up, but okay. At least the raid happened. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, and enjoy the cool vibes. This game has great music as well, like when we get to a scene with music too. It's even comfier then. November passes without much trouble as summer gets closer and it grows warmer outside. Life at the library is the same as ever in a lot of ways. Oh, my internet keeps doing the little blips as well. I'm so sorry if there ends up being buffering. Mornings are for breakfast with Juliet, and the days are spent working or with my friends. Juliet occasionally stays up late so that she can help out around the library more and get to know the patrons better. Aspen comes by when she can, sometimes only staying for a meal and sometimes spending the day with us. I haven't seen Silver since Halloween, so over a month now, but I'm sure she's still out there somewhere. It's the evenings that have changed the most for Juliet and me. We spend more time together, and not just at home. True to her word, we go for walks more often, or out to dinner, and to other fun places too. We still spend plenty of quiet time with each other too, of course. The days are getting longer and longer, which means more sunlight for her to avoid. The whole month goes by like that, and so does the start of December. Before I know it, we're just a couple weeks away from the end of the year. Here we go. I look out of the window at the nearby empty shuttle as it takes Juliet and I out of Wellington. She sits beside me, reading quietly. The view outside is new to me, and watching the busy city streets gradually turn into a nature-lined highway keeps us entertained. Yeah, the year ends so soon. Time goes by. The view outside is new to me, and oh yeah, I've read this already. I'm so glad. I'm glad for the sights because we'll be traveling for a couple of hours. It's a long way to the edge of the world. Wait, where are they going? Around the time it becomes too dark for me to see very well is when Juliet tucks a bookmark into her novel and closes it, peering out into the night beside me.
It's not too much longer, I think. I don't remember for sure, though.
Where are we going?
It's alright. I'm having a good time. I don't mind long rides when I'm not stowing away in a cabinet or something.
Ah.
That was how you first came to Wellington, right?
Yeah, a little stowaway.
Yup. Although, I think I had about as much legroom as the other passengers did that time.
Of course.
This bus is pretty comfy, though.
Indeed. I'm glad it runs through the night. The last time I made this journey, I flew.
Oh. Now I'm like, flew in a plane or flew bat? Possibly bat?
As a bat?
Yes.
Yeah, in a bat.
It's been that
In
long.
a bat form. As bat. Nice!
I'm not sure I could run that far, even as a fox.
Most people walked back then, which could take several days. I much prefer how it is now.
Yeah, that's several days. Yeah, it's much easier to just take a bus. Same brain cell.
Me too. Even though it's my first time.
Oh. There are a handful of others on board the bus with us, most of them with bags or other belongings close by. We're probably the only ones who plan to be returning to Wellington tonight. Making a long journey. Miho's just Fox Lirie. We just have the same brain cells. Just we have the moments. We're just like no thoughts, head empty, brain cell communication vibes. Great minds think alike, you know. Back in my day, we rented horses instead of taxis. And I feel like a taxi would be expensive too. I don't blame them getting a bus. Especially if there is a bus that goes there. Buses are way cheaper than taxis. We make a few other stops along the way, and someone gets off at each of them, until it's just the two of us and the driver who remain. Private bus, ooh!
Going all the way to the edge?
Yeah.
Yes. We won't be descending, though.
Been a while since I've gone that far. You're heading back after, then?
I love the versatility of voice acting so much. I love when a voice can sound so different to someone's voice, but you still recognize it. I love it so much. Voice acting is so good.
We intend to. I'm saying goodbye to a friend. Will there still be shuttles operating in a couple hours?
I'll wait for you. Otherwise, you could be sitting around all night.
Oh, what a good bus driver! Oh, I'm so glad.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Have to slip him a tip along the way. Just be like, thanks for sticking around.
Sure. We'll be there before too long.
Miho will be like, thank you for waiting for us. Here's a tip. Mount Victoria is a really great viewing spot. The farther we go, the narrower the roads start to become again. The trees and foliage also thin out until they practically disappear. Oh my goodness! Another raid and another message of charity support definitely happening. I'm not gonna pin the raid message this time. I did it. I did it. There we go. There we go, fabulous. Hello, Max, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. How did the Battlestar go? Battlestar Galactica, I hope you had a nice stream. Thank you so much for raiding. Welcome to Comfy Storytime. Started showing up yesterday. I wonder what happened. It's so strange. But 7 TV bug, it's so weird. Hopefully it gets fixed soon. But it's okay. You finished the game? Oh, heck yes. Was it good? I hope it was a good game. But thank you so much for sending the raid over to here, and welcome! For anyone who's new here, hello! I'm Lirie, I'm a pink-haired cat girl from the UK, and I love puzzle games and comfy games. And I'm playing a very comfy visual novel at the moment called Please Be Happy. We're already on chapter 5 now, though. I say already as though I haven't been streaming this for about 50 hours. But yeah, this is the last chapter of Juliet's route, so yeah, we've gone through quite a lot. A lot has been happening. There's a lot still to happen too, I think. But oh, it's such a good game. It's such a brilliant game. I'm having so much fun with it. But thank you so much for bringing the raid over. Please feel free to rest after your stream if you're tired, if you need to get a drink, get a snack, stay hydrated. But if you want to stick around for the comfy times, you are all more than welcome here. We're just chilling. We're just having a nice time. Having a good time. And Enter Lightning, hello! We're just having a comfy time. We're just enjoying the peaceful vibes. Just having a good time. And also cute girls. Oh, gonna lie down for a bit. Oh, I hope you have a lovely rest. But yeah, thank you so much for bringing your community over here. I hope you all enjoy the chill times. We're just enjoying the stories. We're just relaxing at the moment. But thank you so much. I hope your rest is very restful. I probably could have thought of something more profound to say than that, but that's fine. That's fine. Yes, where were we? Finally, the shuttle pulls into a small, unpaved lot. Juliet leaves her book on her seat and the two of us disembark. There, under the moonlight, I get my first look at the overworld's edge. We're seeing off, Ezekiel? Was it Ezekiel? I've forgotten his name, I feel so bad. Oh, I love that we're going to see him off. A metal fence runs along the abyss, seeming to stretch forever in either direction. It's similar to the one at the top of Mount Victoria, but much taller. Speed around this background. Oh, you did a great job with it, though. The cabin at the edge of the universe. Background in one day. Oh, you are so powerful. You are so powerful. I bow. But yeah, we're gonna see Ezekiel off, I think. It's similar to the one at the top of Mount Victoria, but much taller. Out beyond the fence is the open air and nothing else. Just pure, endless nothingness. More stars than I've ever seen in my life decorate the sky. It's windier here than it is in the city. Windy enough to be loud. A short footpath leads past a small, empty building. Grass covers the area where we are, but fades into dirt and rock not too far away. Once I reach the end of the scene, I should check the scene name and description. I'm gonna do that. I will definitely do that. The path ends at a small entryway that makes the only gap in the fence. It's nicer than the rest of the area. I can't imagine the lift itself has changed very much since Juliet first arrived here. A shadowy figure stands there, waiting for Juliet. I gently nudge her forward.
Take your time.
Oh.
Thank you, dear. I'll try not to be too long.
Oh, she said dear. Oh, she said dear. Oh. I watch as she strides ahead, meeting with Ezekiel in the shadow of the arch. I knew coming out here that their conversation would be between them alone. I want both of them to be able to say whatever they want to each other without worrying about me eavesdropping. Besides, I'm more interested in exploring. While the two of them talk, I decide to look around. I head over to the barrier. It sits right at the edge of the void, close enough that I can peer over the side. There's not much to see though, only stone and darkness. The underworld is down there, far, far below, but it's invisible from here. I wonder what the view is like during the day. Probably the same, but with blue sky instead of black. Nowadays, most fabled travel between the overworld and underworld on much faster elevators, or use magical means. There are even airships that go up and down between the two. This is the first lift that I've ever heard of that's this old and slow. I doubt there are many of them left anymore. Still, it's not a surprise that this is how Juliet's friend would want to return. It probably exists for people like him, who are old enough to remember how things used to be. I've heard that on some of the overworld's other edges, oceans spill over the sides like a waterfall, or towns are built on smaller shards of floating stone. It's a little boring here in comparison. I'd like to see the underworld at some point. I'm not sure that I'd want to live there, but maybe I'll change my mind when I go. I'm sure that Juliet and I will visit it together someday. Now that I'm not dreading the thought of leaving Wellington behind, I can appreciate the idea of moving castles and magic forests more than I could before. Also, thank you for stopping in! Thank you for being here! Oh yeah, it's so late for you. I hope you can sleep well. Thank you for being here. I hope your sleep is restful and lovely, and I hope you have a good haircut. Oh, that's exciting. I always love going to the hairdressers. Feel rejuvenated afterwards. But yeah, thank you so much for stopping in, and I hope you sleep well. Thank you for the posture and posture and hydra check. I'm losing it. Thank you for the hydrate and posture check. Before you go, I'll have a big stretch. Big stretch. And I will have a sip of my drinks. I'm gonna have some more tea. I keep forgetting to drink more of my tea. Thankfully, it's still warm. But yes, thank you, and I hope you rest well. And Julio, yay, hello! Nice to see you. Welcome. Welcome to Storytime. This is... oh... I love this scene so much. This is so nice. I walk for a while, following the rail so it's impossible to get lost. It turns out that things aren't any more exciting further along though, just more grass and dirt. Eventually, I go back in the direction I came from, and it's not too long before I hear the distant sound of the lift departing. When I get back to the starting point, I find Juliet standing alone as the lift slowly descends. I walk to her side.
There you are. I was wondering where you'd gone.
No.
Thank you for waiting for me.
Of course. Of course we'd wait for you. That's why we came here.
Of course. I just walked for a bit, but there wasn't much to see. How'd it go?
We said what I expect will be our last goodbyes.
Oh.
He goes eagerly to a well-deserved rest.
Oh, that must be so difficult as well. The last goodbyes, oh.
How do you feel? Are you okay?
I am. I'm grateful for everything. In the end, our paths diverged, and we're both going our separate ways without any regrets.
Oh, I love that. I love that. They may have started out doing similar things, but yeah, they both have different things that they need in life, and it's such a shame to part, but it's for a bright future, so it's... oh. I don't say it, but I'm sure Juliet is thinking the same thing I am. Ezekiel was her last tie to her former life. Her former lives, even. Now it's just her and I, and the infinite possibilities ahead of us. Oh. From here on out, the future is what we create. Linking hands, we look out at the stars together. They twinkle and shine just for us.
Can you see the stars from the underworld?
Not like this. Not so bright and bold and infinite.
Oh, it's... oh.
I'd miss them if I couldn't see them anymore.
As would I. As would I.
Wow. As one, we return to the waiting shuttle and the long ride back to the library. By the time we arrive, both of us are exhausted. Lately, we've been on the same schedule more often. Not just so she can spend more time at the library, but so we can be awake at the same time too. She has to take midday naps every now and then to make it work, but that doesn't seem to bother her too much. Before we can go inside, Juliet stops me with a gentle touch. turns to me and I gaze up sleepily, just as she leans in to kiss me. Even through the layers of fog settling on my brain, I'm able to appreciate the softness of her hands and the warmth of her lips. I put my own hand on her shoulder to steady myself and just to feel closer to her. When she pulls away, we still remain close together.
Thank you, Miho, for going with me today. And for giving me a reason to come back.
Oh,
Thanks for making me want to stay.
oh, I'm so glad.
I'd like to go there with you. Someday. But... right now...
Right now, I want to go to sleep. I love her taking the initiative too. I'm so glad. I'm so glad it's exactly what I hoped would change and it's happening. Ah, I'm so glad. My now turns into a big yawn. Juliet smiles.
I agree. Right now, let's just get some sleep.
Sleepy. It is time for rest. When I wake up for breakfast, I find Juliet frowning in the kitchen.
Morning! What's wrong?
Why are you frowning? She has the fridge door open and is looking into it intently.
Good morning. It isn't a big deal, but I could have sworn there was still half a block of cheese left that I was going to serve with breakfast today, but now I can't find it. Did you have it for a snack?
Did Mimo eat the cheese?
Nope.
No?
Maybe we ate the rest of it yesterday. There was cheese on our sandwiches for dinner.
That must be it. I just forgot.
I don't think she would forget something like an entire half block of cheese going missing. Who is the cheese thief? What is going on here? Mysteries.
It's okay. I'm fine with toast and eggs like always.
Suspicious. I think somebody has taken the cheese.
Coming right up.
A little cheese goblin runs by in the background. Yeah, I've just got this little gremlin holding up a huge hunk of cheese like, it's mine now. Calling it now it was silver. Oh, it could be. That would be funny. It was you. You ate the cheese. Oh, but they were saving that for breakfast. Maybe the cheese just decided to leave on its own. Maybe it was like, you know what? I don't actually want to be eaten. Just grew legs and walked away. Oh, but then it would be tricky to actually get out of the fridge. You didn't eat the cheese, you just cut it. Oh, were there actually just like slices of cheese hidden around the library now? Take a book out and it's like, surprise cheese slice. A nice snack while you're reading. I don't think I would trust random library cheese slices. While Juliet prepares the food, I make us some tea. Juliet still does most of the cooking, but tea has become my responsibility a lot of the time. I like it because it gives me a way to help contribute to our meal. I've even been cooking for myself sometimes, although Juliet's food is still way tastier. Oh, is tooting and cutting? Oh. Wait, I have heard that before, but that's not generally a term over here. That went straight over my head. That one went straight over my head. That's funny. Like, you said cut the cheese, and my immediate thought is just like, yeah, a block of cheese that you cut. It's the logical thing to do. Oh. Yeah, forget pressed flowers. We got some pressed cheese. Maybe they finally did the unthinkable and ungrilled the cheese. Huge if true. Naturally, breakfast is good even without any cheese. Once we're done eating and just sitting together, Juliet reaches over and takes my hand.
Miho, there's something I wanted to ask you.
Hello? Miho, there's something I wanted to ask you. Did you really not eat the cheese? I won't be mad. Are you sure you didn't eat the cheese?
Sure. What's up?
Earlier this morning, I saw that I'd received a reply to a message that I never expected to be answered.
Oh, this is gonna be the Jungin's descendant. Oh,
A couple months ago, I managed to find someone
Yes!
online that I thought might be related to your friend Zhongying, and reached out to confirm. They never got back to me, and so I didn't mention it to you. But then today, she finally responded and said that yes, they are distant relatives.
Yes, yeah, Minso. I forgot about her until now. I forgot. Oh, I'm so glad this is still happening on this route as well. Oh, I'm so glad.
She said that if you'd like to talk with her, she'd be happy to tell you a bit about Zhongying, or at least what she knows. Is that something you'd like to do?
Oh. Wow.
What a response to say, oh, wow.
I guess you wouldn't be shocked that I never even thought about them maybe having a family.
No.
I thought that might be the case. You're welcome to think about it and get back to me later.
Oh. In my mind, Zhongin was always alone, but with me. They belonged to the forest and to the rest of the world equally. But it makes sense that they weren't really alone, that they had people who loved them too. It hits me that there's so much I don't know about Zhongin. Really, I barely know anything. Every minute shared with me only represented a very small part of their life. In a sense, they may as well be a stranger. And Elinte, hello, welcome! Nice to see you, congratulations! How's it going? Welcome to Comfy Storytime. We finally reached chapter 5. After a very long time, we did it. This is the last chapter in the game that I haven't experienced yet, so this is exciting. But yes, welcome! Doing fine, finished work? Good. Like to hear it. It is time to relax after work now. We got some comfy story time. But welcome, welcome. I'm a little afraid that knowing more about them could change how I feel about them, too. But I decided that's a risk I'm willing to take. I'd rather know more about who they really were.
Nah, I don't need to. I'd like to talk to her.
Wonderful. I'll let her know then. I believe she's in America, so our times are fairly different. Shall I see if tomorrow evening would work?
Time zones. Gotta love them.
Sure, that sounds good. Thanks. And thanks for tracking her down and messaging her in the first place.
It's my pleasure. It's what I specialize in, after all. I'll let you know tonight if I hear back from her.
Okay, I hope she responds soon. I'm gonna be thinking about it all day.
Excited, Mimo!
If I hear from her earlier, I'll let you know right away. For now, let's go open up the library.
Right.
Yeah. Juliet and I both go up to the front and settle down for another day of work. Later that night, I find myself lying awake looking at the ceiling. Juliet's out running some late-night errands, so I'm home by myself. It's time to throw a wild party. Tomorrow, I'm going to talk to someone related to Jung-in. It's kind of hard to believe. Juliet told me around dinner time that she'd heard back from the person she'd emailed and set up a time for us to chat. I wonder if this is the same conversation as well. No, this is different text, okay. I don't know how much she'll be able to tell me since they're only distant relatives. Still, anything will be nice to know. I haven't been expecting to learn much more about them at all. As I'm lying there thinking about what I'll ask tomorrow, I hear a muffled thump from the kitchen downstairs. Is it the cheese thief? It's the cheese thief. Alright, sleep here in times. Oh, thank you for stopping in. And I hope you sleep well too. Thank you very much. I think we're going to find the cheese thief. Where is our little cheese gremlin? We gotta find them. I think it probably is going to be Silver, actually. I guess we'll soon find out. I sit up. It's a little early for Juliet to be back. Maybe she forgot something? That doesn't seem likely, though. I move silently as I get up and leave my room. I'm out of practice when it comes to being stealthy, but some things just come naturally. It's dark downstairs, just like we left it when we closed up for the night and I went to bed. I tiptoe over to the kitchen, peeking into the darkness. Juliet's not there, nor is anything else out of the ordinary. I look for what could have made the noise, and finally notice Juliet's parasol lying on the floor. It must have fallen over and hit the counter or something as it did so. But what made it fall over? Mysterious. Suddenly, the door to the fridge swings open, all on its own. Light shines out of it, revealing... nothing. I pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming. Right before my eyes, an apple and half a sandwich that I made earlier float up off the shelf and into the open air, and the door shuts behind them, bringing back the darkness. What is... Hello? The food is just floating out? Who's doing that? Someone's doing that, clearly. Is it a ghost? Is it someone who can, like, levitate things from a distance, stealing without even having to be there? The apple and sandwich float out of the kitchen and towards the front of the library, turning the corner and disappearing into the book room. Follow that sandwich! Follow that sandwich! I swallow. Some kind of magic is clearly at work here, but I don't know what kind. I consider going upstairs to get my phone and call Juliet, but my curiosity gets the better of me. Library ghost, follow that food. I know I joked about it, but the cheese really did just get up and leave on its own. That's so funny. That's so funny. Yeah, I wish I could just make food levitate to my bedroom. That would be so handy. You don't have to get up to go down to the fridge ever again. You can just magic its way up. I wonder if you could then just like sit there like, ah, and have it like float into your mouth. You wouldn't have to do anything. When the groceries are just like, nope, goodbye. Quickly but quietly, I follow in the same direction, poking my head around just in time to see the food float behind one of the far shelves. I take deep breaths as I move towards it, feeling my old fight or flight instincts kicking in for the first time in months. Pressing my back against the shelf, I slowly peer around the corner. Hello? Hello? I was not ready for a child. Hello? Sitting on the ground with her back against the wall is a young girl. Her pointy ears mark her as some kind of fabled rather than a human. She has the apple in one hand and the sandwich in another, and a raggedy blanket beneath her. Hello? She's yellow. She's yellow with pointed ears. See, I was thinking more elf. Like a small elf, elven-eared. But why is she here? Is she gonna be like in the same kind of situation Miho was in at the start of the game? Are we gonna adopt a child? She takes a noisy bite of the apple, smacking her lips as she chews, followed by a noisy bite of sandwich. Whatever I was expecting, it wasn't a kid. I jerk backwards in surprise, so startled that my shoulder bumps against the bookshelf, causing a couple books to fall on their sides with a heavy smack. I whip my head back to see the girl drop the apple in fright, her eyes going huge. I step out in front of her, about to ask her name or what she's doing. Ah! Oh no, we're gonna scare her off. Ah! We're gonna scare each other. The girl's scream takes me by surprise too, and in an instant she disappears from sight. 1 second she's there, and the next, she's not.
What the?
I hear footsteps and feel the air move as she rushes past me, and I realize what's happened. She can turn invisible. Oh, I guess the food wasn't just floating on its own then. Still very cool though, imagine being able to just turn invisible. Oh, imagine the antics you could get up to.
Hey, wait!
I reach out in the direction I think she is, but grab only empty air. I don't even know what I'd have done if I somehow caught her. Just grabbing without thinking about what happens next. Running towards the front, I arrive just in time to see the front door open and close immediately as she hurries outside. I follow, throwing the door wide as I go. As I step out onto the front porch though, I know she's already gone. Studying the darkness, I look for any sign of her, but don't see or hear anything. For all I know, she could be right next to me. I consider calling out to her, but I'm sure she wouldn't believe anything I'd have to say. What would I say? Judging by the blanket, she was probably planning to sleep in the library. The spot she chose wasn't too far from the one I picked when I was going to do the exact same thing. The missing cheese from this morning makes sense now too. How long has she been doing this? It's possible that other food has gone missing too and we just didn't notice. I don't know how old she is, but it was clear that she's just a child. Did she run away from home or something? Or does she not have one? It's a comfortable night out without any threat of rain, which is a relief. But I know that even the best night outside doesn't really compare to having a roof over your head. I stay out front for a little while longer, but of course she doesn't come back. Or at least, she doesn't show herself. Eventually, I return to the spot where she was hiding. The apple lays on its side, already turning brown in the one spot where a bite was taken. Cheese, tomato, and mayonnaise stick to the floor where the sandwich fell apart, with the slices of bread nearby. I clean everything up, tossing the dirty food into the trash. Then I make another sandwich and grab another apple, wrapping those in a paper towel, just like when I took some food to Silver. I also grab the ratty blanket. It has holes running through lots of it and doesn't feel very warm to begin with. I fold it up and go back outside, setting it down on the edge of the porch along with the food. Then I return to my room. Oh, leaving it out there for her. From my bedroom window, I have a clear view of the path to the library. I watch for a while, waiting to see if the girl returns, but she doesn't. Maybe I scared her away for good. If I'd been in her position, I probably wouldn't come back anytime soon. Eventually, my eyes get heavy and I lie down, settling into bed. Wherever the girl is out there, I hope she's able to get some decent sleep. Oh, I want to find this child now. I want to help her. Juliet's waiting with a smile to greet me for breakfast.
Good morning, my love.
Oh.
Did you sleep well?
My love. My love. Oh, the way she just says it so naturally is right in the heart. Yeah, I love the theme of paying forward the kindness she received as well. I love it. It's so nice. It's such a nice throwback, remembering like how things started, how Miho was basically in that exact same position, and Juliet was the one to offer a hand and a place to stay, and now Miho can do the same. Now it's Miho's turn.
Morning. Actually, you'll never guess what happened.
I tell her about the events of last night. As I expected, Juliet seems more concerned about the girl's condition than she is the stolen food. Worry creases her brow as she serves us our meal. Definitely didn't replay that line a bunch, yeah. But it's so good. Wait, can I do it from here? I can.
Good morning, my love. Did you sleep well? Good morning, my love. Did you sleep well? Good morning, my love.
Oh,
Did you sleep well?
oh, I need to stop. I gotta stop.
Did you see a blanket with food on it when you got home?
No, I didn't. So I suppose she must have returned at
Yay!
some point then.
Yay, she took the sandwich! I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
Yeah.
I look around the room. Once again, it's possible she's right here with us, but not revealing herself.
Maybe I'll see her again. If I do, what should I say?
What do you say? What could she say to not scare her off? Just be like, don't be scared? I feel like that would make me even more scared. Like, I come in peace.
I'm not entirely sure. I can only imagine that a child who has to steal food is living with difficult circumstances.
Just wait until you see her, and then before she has a chance to react, just yell, "Would you like a slice of cake?" I've got cake for you, please don't run.
But without knowing what those are, it's hard to say how we could help her.
Or if she even needs help.
That as well.
Yeah. Of course, Juliet goes straight to offering assistance without even having to think about it. That's basically where my thoughts were headed too, though. Take my food, this is not a trap! If I heard that, I'd think it was a trap. My name is Mimo and I come in Reese's Pieces. Look, they're delicious, please take one, I swear I'm not suspicious. From the moment I stood upright, I had my survival instincts to keep me safe, and I was able to adapt to my new life as a thief pretty quickly. It's possible that this girl has been living the same way for a long time, but still, she's too young to have to.
Well, I'll keep an eye out. If I do see her, I can try to learn more about her.
Yeah.
At the very least, maybe we can find out where she came from.
Oh, wouldn't it be so funny though, like considering she's probably fabled, wouldn't it be so funny if they're like, "Stop, we found you, we want to help you, small child," and then she's like, "I'm actually 627 years old, thank you very much." Don't even know how the aging works. I think it all depends, because it seems like some fabled have more like human-like lifespans, and then others clearly live for centuries. It's interesting to think about.
Yes, I think that would be for the best. I'll keep an eye out as well. On a lighter note, this arrived for you yesterday.
Oh? Juliet retrieves a small envelope from the kitchen counter and hands it to me. She must have gotten it from the mail this morning. I take it and look over the names. It's the first time I've ever seen something addressed to me.
It's from Cello!
Oh my god, she remembered! She remembered, she's doing the pen pal thing! We got a pen pal! We got our first pen pal letter! Oh wait, this is so cute! This is so cute! Juliet nods happily. I'd forgotten all about my promise to keep in touch with her. I'm glad she remembered. Cello letter, cello letter. I use a nail to carefully open the envelope and slide out the folded paper inside.
Dear Ms. Miho,
She even wrote "Dear Ms. Miho" on the letter. That's so cute.
how have you been? Life here in Amarina has been very busy ever since we got back from our trip. First of all, you and Ms. Juliet might be glad to know that we got a perfect score on our project.
Yes.
Even our teacher said that she learned a lot about Wellington.
I knew that she would, I knew that they would, but still, yes.
It was a little embarrassing to put on a play like that, but I had fun in the end. I think Pippa did too, although she would never admit it. And of course, Armand had a great time. He can't stop talking about how he'd like to visit Wellington again. If you see him arrive on the library's doorstep, please take good care of him.
Oh, it'd be so funny if he just shows up one day and is just like, "I wanted to visit, so I visited. Hi."
For some reason, he and Pippa only seem to be able to remember Ms. Juliet. I guess that probably doesn't surprise you, though. I promise that I won't forget, at least. Since coming back to Amarina, I've been trying to find a special place that makes it feel more like home. Although I'm still looking, I've seen a lot more of the town than I would have otherwise. I still miss the ocean, but I'm learning to love the rivers and canals more.
Oh, this is so sweet. And also, I guess my theory about her being nosy and peeking through the windows of the library every day to remember her was not true either, because she still remembers even though they haven't seen each other in like, months. I love it. I'm so glad she remembers.
If you ever come to Amarina, you'll have to try riding one of the gondolas. Usually I
love
prefer
it.
swimming, but being on one of the boats was nice too. One of the companies that runs them even has a cute cat mascot, and he'll let you pet him if you're nice.
Oh yeah, I'm sold.
I hope that you're doing well too. I'm looking forward to hearing about anything exciting that's happened. Please say hello to Miss Juliet for me. And Happy New Year to both of you.
No, that's so sweet. This is so sweet. I love this.
Your friend, Cello.
Oh, she signed it as your friend as well. That's so cute. This is so cute. I love this. I love the Cerulean kids so much. They're so sweet. They are so wholesome. They are such good kids. I'm so glad. When I'm finished reading, I tuck the letter back into its envelope so it won't get damaged.
She says she's doing good. They got a good grade on their project. She also wanted me to tell you hello and Happy New Year.
No.
That's very sweet of her. I'm glad to hear their play was well received.
Me too. She also said she's starting to like the town she lives in more too.
Oh, that makes me so happy too, because remembering how uncertain and unsure of everything she was before, it makes me so happy that she's like, yeah, I'm enjoying things more now. It's so good. Yeah, just imagining Miho writing her letter in return, being like, "Dear Cello, we found a small child stealing food from our fridge, and also she turns invisible. Also, I saw the edge of the world. It was boring. Thank you, goodbye."
Having some time away probably helped give her a bit more perspective. It's nice that she's
Aw.
finally settling in.
Oh, it is. It's so nice. I put the letter safely in my pocket so it won't get damaged. I'll write her a reply when I can. Our food has gotten a little cold because of all the talking, so we eat quickly before it gets much later. After that, it's time to start work. And the rest of our normal routine. Between my upcoming call this evening and the mysteries of the hiding girl, there's a lot on my mind, and I'm sure on Juliet's too. Still, even though the hours pass by slowly, I make it through another day until it's almost time for my call. Here we go. I think this is going to be a repeat scene now. Let's see, can we skip? Yeah, we skip. Hey, Minso! We're learning about Jungin. Oh, I'm so glad. Here we go. We did it. Fastest video call ever. After I finish my call with Minso, I end up going for a walk. It's the best thing for me to clear my head when I'm overwhelmed by my emotions. I'm glad to know that Jungin was just the kind of person I always imagined them to be. Warm, loving, and always looking for the next adventure. Knowing that, I feel like I finally have some closure. Not that I ever doubted them, but it's good to hear from someone who knows for sure. As I pass through the Wellington streets, I can't help but think of the girl from the library. She reminds me too much of myself, scared and alone and struggling to get by. It's because we have so much in common that I know helping her will be difficult. The only reason I accepted Juliet's kindness was because she tracked me all the way down to my den, and because I was confident enough in my ability to get away if things went wrong. While that turned out to be the best decision I ever made, at the time I was full of doubt. I can't really blame the girl if she feels the same way. Passing by the Bell House, an idea strikes me. If I can't earn her trust with words, maybe I can try something else. Sweets. See, that's exactly what I said. Just get some cake. Get some Reese's Pieces. Come in peace. I stop by another bakery and buy a slice of decadent-looking chocolate cake. It is cake! Wait. We are getting her a slice of cake. I called it. I'm just... Like I said, me and Miho, same brain cell. Just bounces back and forth between us. We just share it. I stop by another bakery and buy a slice of decadent-looking chocolate cake. The person who cuts it for me places it in a fancy box with a ribbon on top. It costs me several hours' wages, so it better be good. With my bait in hand, I return to the library and wait until nightfall to put my plan in action. I filled Juliet in on the details, and we agree it'd be better for her to stay upstairs, just so there's less chance of the girl catching on and getting spooked. We haven't had any more food go missing or move around today, so we're not even sure if she's around. I keep an eye out for the scruffy blanket or any other indicators, but I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Well, I won't be too disappointed if I end up having to eat the cake for myself. If I just have to, I guess. After finishing dinner, I take the slice out of the box and put it on a plastic plate, then put that back in the fridge. Then I go up to my room to wait. I watch TV for a while but keep the volume low and rest my eyes without actually falling asleep. I keep my door open just a tiny bit, but not enough that it would be obvious from downstairs. Finally, around midnight, I hear noise from below. She's back. Yeah, nobody can resist cake, especially a really fancy slice of chocolate cake. I wouldn't be able to resist that. Oh, I love it. The perfect plan. I crawl out of my room and down to the kitchen, where a tiny bit of light is emanating from the fridge. Sure enough, it's the girl again. This time she doesn't bother taking her prize back to the shelves or even turning invisible. She stands in plain sight with the plate in one hand. She devours the cake, not even bothering to use a fork. Instead, she just uses her fingers, tearing off one bite at a time. Her face and hands are covered in chocolate and frosting. Oh, that's so cute. She's so distracted that she doesn't even notice me approaching, although I make sure to not block her off from the front door so she doesn't feel trapped.
Hey.
Oh. Her reaction is the same as yesterday. Bug-eyed, she drops the plate and what little is left of the cake as she hops backwards, before realizing she's just put herself further away from the exit. I stay still, other than holding up my hands to try to show her I don't mean any harm.
It's okay. You're not in any trouble. I bought that cake for you.
Oh, it's so cute! The precious little bean, I love her! She's so sweet. Our little cheese thief, look at her. Thank you for the head pat. Wait, I wanna give small child a head pat as well. Head pats for cheese thief! She probably needs them if she's having to rummage around in other people's fridges for food. But yeah, Miho is so thoughtful. I love it so much. I love it. Oh. She doesn't turn invisible, at least.
I won't try to stop you if you want to leave. But I was hoping I could talk to you.
Oh. She's doing this so well. She is going about this in all the right ways. I'm so glad. I love Miho's character growth so much. She's grown so much. The girl stares at me mistrustfully from the other side of the room. I wonder if she can even understand me. Lowering my hands to my sides, I maintain my distance, trying to look as not scary as possible.
I'm gonna turn on the lights, okay?
Bloop. No response. I decide to just go for it and flip them on. Although she blinks at the sudden brightness, it doesn't make her run any further.
You were hiding out in the library, right? And sleeping on the floor?
More staring. I notice she doesn't have her blanket with her.
It's okay. I'm not mad. Neither is Juliet, the other person who lives here. Maybe you've seen her around.
Oh, this is so sweet. At last, the girl gives a slow nod. Taking that as a good sign, I put on my friendliest smile.
I did the same thing before. I was hiding behind some of the shelves and Juliet found me. I thought she was gonna kick me out, but she was actually really nice.
And now I live here. And so can you!
She let me stay in one of her extra beds and even gave me some food too. I bet you're so hungry, right? Even after the cake?
Another reluctant nod. She hasn't moved at all since I started talking.
I can make you a sandwich or something if you want. That's what Juliet made for me. Do you want one?
Oh, the way she's speaking so gently too. It's so reassuring. She's just speaking in such a gentle tone. It's so sweet. I love this. This time she doesn't respond, just stares at me from afar. Probably wondering what the catch is.
You don't have to if you don't want it. We just want to help you out, since it seemed like you might be in trouble.
Finally, the girl points at me.
Ain't you a wolf?
A wolf? Oh, wait, I can totally see. I can totally see how that would happen. I guess if you don't know she's a fox, she does look quite wolfish. Also, off-brand offspring, hello, welcome. Am I good at being disappointed? I don't know what you mean by that. But welcome. Welcome, welcome. We have a small child in our kitchen.
Am I... Huh?
Gonna eat me?
Your ears. Wolves eat little girls.
Oh no, she's worried because she thinks she's a wolf. No, it's okay, she's a fox. It takes me a second to process what she said. At least she can talk.
Oh, no. I'm not a wolf. I'm a fox. Look.
Blum. I hold my arms out and transform, shifting into a fox. The girl's eyes go wide again, even bigger than when she was running away. I turn in a small circle to show her, fluffing out my tails, but I don't get any closer. Then I change back.
See? I've never eaten someone. Promise.
No, it's so cute. Yes or no, are you good at making a long sigh? That's a really weird question to ask unless you have a good reason for it. I'm not gonna answer. The girl watches me, trying to decide if she believes me or not. Even though she's so young, I can imagine what she must be thinking and feeling right now. Trying to weigh up the dangers of sticking around versus just getting out while she can. I couldn't really blame her if she decides not to trust me. Even though I'm being honest, there's no way she could know that for sure. It's a dangerous world out there.
I can change too. Watch.
Oh? Taking a deep breath, she puffs out her cheeks and then disappears from sight. Oh yeah, we already knew that. We already knew she could turn invisible.
Whoa. That's really cool. Bet it comes in handy a lot, huh?
She reappears a few steps away from where she started. She nods.
Before I started living here, I had to steal all my meals too. I would have loved to be able to turn invisible like you can.
Yeah, I feel like turning invisible would make it so much easier to just steal little bits of food. You wouldn't have to worry about getting caught because they wouldn't be able to see you. She nods again. I can see her relax a little bit, slouching her shoulders, although I'm sure she'd still take off if I made one false move. I also like this child. I trust this child. I decide to keep going and stop if she seems like she gets uncomfortable. I'll stop if it seems like she gets uncomfortable.
Anyway, my name's Miho. What's yours? Lyra.
Lyra. Haha. I know a Lyra.
Lyra. That's a nice name.
It is! It's such a nice name. Hi, Lyra! Hey, Lyra, you also have a child named after you. Who's the funniest Disney princess? Rapunzel. I see. I see, that's a good one. I like bad puns, that's great. But yeah, hey Lyra, look at this child who is also called Lyra. Now you have to duke it out to see who is the top Lyra. No, you don't. Please don't fight a child, actually. Please don't fight a child. But oh, we got a name for her. That means she kind of trusts us, right? Are we going to adopt a child? I feel like the way things are going, I feel like we are on the way to adopting a child here. Like the big Joshua. Oh yeah, I remember that. The thing where it was like messaging everyone called Josh and being like, we're all gonna have a big fight in the park to see who is the ultimate Josh. I think that actually ended up happening, didn't it? And it was actually a child that ended up winning because everyone was like, oh, this is really sweet, let's let him win. I remember reading about that and thinking that was so fun. I don't think I know any other Liries though. There probably are a few in the world out there, maybe, but I don't know any. It's just me. I'm claiming this name. A ton of people showed up to it. I love that. I love that so much. I also love seeing stuff like when people make big group conversations and they're like, we all have the same names. That's why I made this group conversation. But oh, look at her. We got a name. We have a name for our little cheese thief. Lyra the cheese thief.
Do you want me to make you that sandwich?
Yeah, make a sandwich. Swallowing, she licks her lips.
You can come with me. Or I can bring it to you out here.
No, you'll fight. You must defend your honor. Oh no. Oh no. I will not be held responsible for you fighting a child. I gotta say. Oh, let her win though. Yeah, that's the best response. Because in your heart, you know that you're the winner because you let it happen. But in her heart, she has won. And she will feel very proud of herself. It's a win-win situation, right? And everyone can have cake afterwards. Cake for everybody. Lyra cake.
Why?
Why? That's a fair question.
Why what?
Why are you being nice to me?
Oh. She's probably not used to it, is she? She's probably not used to people being nice to her if she's having to, like, steal food. Most people's reaction to having things stolen from them would be frustration and probably annoyance and anger and shouting. So she's probably not used to people being nice. That's really sad, though. She looks so small. She looks so small. She deserves happiness. She deserves niceness. Please be happy.
Because someone was nice to me once.
No.
More than once, actually.
I forgot to read this line too, I just realized as well. Looking at her face, I can see the conflicting emotions. The desire to say yes while also being so uncertain. I probably asked Juliet that same question back then.
They helped me out when they didn't have to. Even after I stole from one of them.
Yeah, just passing it forward. Pass it on. Passing on the goodwill. It's nice. One good turn brings another. It's so nice. Also, Sarah Cat, hello! Thank you. I am happy. I'm very happy. I love this game. I hope you can please be happy as well. Welcome. We found a small child. I think we may claim her. She seems to have no home. She's been stealing from the fridge. We gave her cake. Small child, welcome.
I'll bet you were only stealing food and hiding because you have to, right? I know how that feels.
Oh, of course, Miho knows better than anyone.
That's why I won't stop you if you want to go too.
Right, how many hours have I been streaming this for? I mean, this is the 13th stream, I think? This is stream number 13, so we've got to be over 50 hours at this point. I'm pretty sure we're over 50 hours, and we're still going. And we've still got a little way to go as well. Like, there's no way I'm finishing it in this stream. So there is at least one more stream after this. Maybe two, depending how slowly I go. But yeah, I've been playing this for a pretty long time. Just a little bit. But look, she's not ours, but I think we may adopt her. I don't know. We adopted a dog on Aspen's route. It would be so funny if we adopt a child in Juliet's route. A little bit of a difference there. A little bit more responsibility, maybe. But I want to help her. I want to help her. She's so small. I mean, she might have a family. I might be saying all this, and she's just like, I just ran away from home because my parents don't understand me. At which point, I'm sorry for threatening to adopt your child, but I don't know. Whatever risks she's calculating, she finally arrives at the same decision I did back then. Yes! She's gonna let us help her.
Okay. I want it.
Oh, now playing a new chapter. Just the title of it too feels so fitting right here. Oh. We're making her a sandwich. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. This is gonna be the best sandwich in the world. We're gonna make like a triple-decker sandwich. We're gonna have everything on it. Maybe not everything. Most things. A good sandwich.
Okay. Is the same kind as last night fine?
Yeah.
Oh. Opening the fridge, I take out the jar of mayonnaise, some slices of cheese, a tomato, and enough bread for 2 sandwiches. After a bit of thought, I take out a few slices of salami too. Ooh, we're adding to it. I cut up the tomato as best I can, although the slices aren't as even and pretty as when Juliet does it. Then I lay out the bread on 2 plates, spreading a layer of mayo onto a couple slices.
That's too much.
Is it? That's too much. Oh, well, please enlighten us on how to make a good sandwich. I think she's going to instruct us on how to make it. On 53 hours, yeah, I've been playing this quite a bit. I've been playing quite a bit of this game. I feel like if you're playing it normally, it's not going to take 53 hours to complete. I'm just going really slowly, but I love it. I've loved every second of the experience. It's so good. And it's so nice knowing there's still more as well. I love this. I love this sassy lost child.
Huh?
Huh? I turn around to see the girl watching me from the entrance of the kitchen, hands on her hips.
I don't want that much mayonnaise.
Okay, we can scrape some off. No problem.
Oh. Okay.
You came close 49 hours? Oh, that is close. Although I still haven't reached either of Juliet's endings, so I've still got a little bit more to go. But it's such a nice game. It's like, it makes you want to take your time with it. You just want to savor the whole experience. I love that I'm saying that as I'm skipping through all the text I've already seen, but it's... you know what I mean. It really does make you want to just take your time with it and just enjoy the story. Go along, just however long it takes, just enjoy the whole time. True, too much mayo squicks you out too. Honestly, I only tend to have mayonnaise when it's like mixed with tuna, like tinned tuna. I like tuna mayo, but I don't really like mayo otherwise. I feel like it's a bit too... a bit too eggy. I know it's made with egg. It's a bit too eggy for me. So I only ever have like little bits of mayo. But tuna mayo, I'm a fiend for tuna mayo. Give me a tuna mayo sandwich and I am happy. Well, at least she doesn't have any problem with saying what she wants. I use the flat edge of the knife to scrape off some of the spread from one of the sandwiches, and then layer the cheese and tomato on top. Really? You always think it's not eggy enough. Well, I'm not a big fan of eggs as well. I'm really picky with eggs. Like, I like some egg-based things, but most of the time I tend to avoid eggs. Like, I don't like boiled eggs. I don't like sunny side up eggs. I mostly like eggs when it's like, I guess like more of like a frittata kind of thing. Like, do it in the oven. Frittatas are so nice. Having like a nice vegetable frittata. Good food, good food. But most of the time I just don't really eat eggs. Not a very eggy person. But sometimes I'll have it. It's like it all depends on the situation. But I'm pretty close to all the achievements too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be able to get all of the achievements in my playthrough because I'm pretty sure the main ones I've got left are like the 2 Juliet endings, the one for finishing Tommy's story, and the one for getting all the achievements. So I'm basically there. I just need to keep playing. But yeah, feels more like a bread at that point. Yeah, it's like I really like the texture of frittatas. Like when you like cook it in the oven for long enough and it like bakes. I love that texture. It's so nice. You like putting extra egg yolk and rice vinegar in the mayo to make it taste... Ooh! Oh, nice. Adapt it. Adapt it for your taste. You lived off eggs for like 2 weeks last year. Oh, that's me with instant noodles. My equivalent for that is instant noodles. I could eat nothing but instant noodles for quite a while and I would be perfectly fine with it. It wouldn't be very healthy, but I could do it. But they're just so easy to make. It's so convenient, just fast noodles. And they're yummy. Right, where were we? Sandwich. After cutting them both in half, I walked towards Lyra to give her her plate without thinking. When she tenses up, I freeze mid-step.
Here you go.
Aww. I lean forward and stretch my arm out, handing it to her from as far away as I can. That's so funny. That's so funny. Just reaching the arm out. She cautiously takes it, backing up a step as soon as it's in her hands. We both eat our sandwiches in silence, watching each other from opposite sides of the kitchen. She finishes her whole snack in the time it takes me to eat just half of mine, smacking her lips loudly as she chews. When she's done, I hold out my hand for her plate, and she cautiously gives it to me. I put both the dirty dishes into the sink.
Now what?
Now, that's a good question.
Yeah, now what? She had the sandwich. What do we do now? I don't think Miho thought this far ahead. I had no idea how this whole thing would go, so I didn't plan it out too much. This is probably the point where I should enlist some backup.
Is it okay if I go get my girlfriend? She's the one who owns this place. She'll definitely want to talk to you too.
The vampire lady?
Yeah, the vampire lady! She knows her! Yay!
That's her.
Okay.
Okay, she's gonna talk to the vampire lady. I'm so glad. She gives me a wide berth as I leave the kitchen, even though it requires putting herself farther away from the front door. That's a good sign though, that's sweet. She's staying in the room, she's not moving closer to the exit.
You can sit down if you want. Wherever's most comfy for you. I'll be right back.
I head up to Juliet's study, where the door swings open as I approach. She's waiting for me on the other side. I step through and she closes the door behind me. I'm not sure if pointy ears help Lyra to hear better, but just in case, I keep my voice low.
The girl and I have been talking for a bit. Her name's Lyra. She says she's okay if you come down too now.
The vampire lady heard. You handled that marvelously, dear.
The vampire lady!
Thanks. I just tried to think about what you would say for the most part. It helps that I know how she probably feels right now.
No, she really can empathize. That's so sweet. But it's like, of course she'd be able to hear from upstairs. She's a vampire. Don't bats have like really sensitive hearing? I feel like it makes sense that she'd be able to hear everything that's going on. We already know she's heard Miho outside the door and she's been sneaky. She's a very perceptive vampire lady. We love you, vampire lady.
I'm sure your sincerity helped a lot. For what it's worth, I don't think I could have done any better.
Oh, yay.
Oh, I don't know about that. You're a lot better with words than me.
No, I think Miho had the perfect words for that situation. I think she did great.
Words aren't as important as intentions. And I'm sure she could tell that yours were good.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think we should do now? I didn't ask, but I'm not sure if she has anywhere else to go.
Let's go downstairs and talk to her. I have an idea for tonight, at least.
Ooh, hello. I follow Juliet back to the kitchen, where Lyra's taken a seat at the dining table. She tenses up as we approach, but Juliet also keeps a respectful distance.
Good evening, Lyra. My name is Juliet. It's nice to meet you.
Oh, how could you feel worried after hearing that? I love this music so much. I love this moment.
Miho told me the two of you spoke for a while. Would it be okay with you if we sat down as well?
Eyes flicking from me to Juliet and back again, Lyra eventually nods. Juliet and I pull out chairs as well and sit next to each other, on the other side of the table from the kid.
Would you mind if I asked you a couple of questions? You don't have to answer anything you don't want to.
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Would I be correct in assuming that you've spent a few nights sleeping in the library?
Yeah. I had a blanket, but it's lost now.
Oh no, she lost her blanket. No.
I see.
Oh.
If I may ask, does your family know where you are?
Ain't got one.
Ah. There it is. We're allowed to adopt her now. I mean, what?
You don't have a family? Is there anyone that you live with? Or who takes care of you?
Nah, I'm by myself.
I want to adopt her. I want to adopt her. She's so sweet. I want to adopt her. Hello. Let me look after you, please. You sweet child.
Is there somewhere that you live? Or usually stay at?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Does that mean you did until recently?
I wonder what happened.
Yeah.
The girl isn't exactly forthcoming with information, but Juliet takes it all in stride, maintaining that calm, even tone that I was aiming for. New mission, adopt daughter.
May I ask what happened?
Oh, we gotta help her. We gotta help her. Lyra looks down at the ground, bringing her thumb up to her mouth and biting her nails. Now that it's not a yes or no question she's being asked, she seems less inclined to answer.
You don't have to tell me. But if there's someone out there who may be worried about you, then wouldn't it be nice for them to know that you're safe?
Oh, Juliet is so reasonable and nice and knows the right things to say. I love her.
There ain't.
No.
I left.
As in, you ran away?
Yeah. They were bad. Mean. They hurt me. So I left.
No, no, what the heck?
Your family?
Nah. My parents died. They were
Oh,
people who
no.
said they'd take care of me, so I had to live with them. Nobody asked me. But they didn't care about me. They told me that.
Oh no, what the heck? No. Juliet and I exchange a look. Lyra says all these things so matter-of-factly, still looking at the ground.
I'm so
Aw.
sorry to hear that. Both about your parents and
Oh.
the awful situation you were put in. I'm very glad you were able to get away.
Yeah, me too. Me too, Maya. Where do they live? I'd like to talk with them too. How dare they? What the heck? That's so horrible. Don't agree to take in a child and then just be like, I don't care about this child. I don't care about you. I'm only doing this because we have to. That's horrible. That's so horrible. Also, Oreo Chimp, hello. Welcome, welcome. Look at this small child. I think we may adopt her. Welcome.
Really? You believe me?
Yeah. For the first time, there's a flash of excitement from the girl. It's impossible to know if she's telling the truth, but we don't have any reason to doubt her. At the very least, it would make sense why she's so skittish. She is so cute. Look at her. She stole cheese from the fridge, and then we bought her cake. And now we're talking about looking after her. Find her a place to sleep, at least for tonight.
I don't see why I shouldn't.
I tried telling people, but they didn't listen. Said I was making it up, but I'm not.
No. For the first time since I started talking to Lyra, she raises her voice emphatically. Her fists are clenched and she looks at both of us like she's trying to see if we mean what we say.
I've met plenty of mean people too. I know how awful they can be.
Yeah, people can be terrible. People can be awful sometimes. Her sharp glare slowly dissolves as two big tears well up in the corner of her eyes. Her lower lip quivers. Oh no, she didn't cry, don't cry. Don't cry.
Nobody ever believes me.
Don't cry, sweetie. Oh. Oh, sweetheart. Sweetheart, hold on, I got a head pat. Oh, sweetie. Oh no. I don't want her to cry. Genuinely, one of the scariest things you can do is trust another person. Especially in a situation like this, after everything she's been through, after all the time she's tried to ask for help and been dismissed. When the help is then offered to her, it makes sense that she wouldn't believe it. Like, she's been let down plenty of times already. Oh.
There. You're safe now. We believe you.
I expect her to start crying, but Lyra manages to keep it together. She wipes away the tears and then goes back to glaring. She's so stubborn, I love her.
I won't go back there. No one can make me, so don't even try.
It's okay, you can stay here.
We wouldn't dream of it. Can you tell me if you came from around here, though?
I got on a bus and rode for a long time. I knew this was a big city, so I came here.
I see.
I wonder where she came from then.
I know that neither Miho nor I want to make you go back somewhere you were hurt. Or do anything you don't want to. We also don't want you to have to worry about finding somewhere safe to spend the night. Or finding food.
Yeah.
If you'd like, there's an extra bed here that you can use. So you don't have to sleep on the floor.
Yes.
Tomorrow, we can talk more. Would you like that?
Yes. Lyra sniffles a few times and blows her nose, kicking her feet while she thinks about it. Eventually, she nods.
Okay. I guess that's fine.
Yeah, the parallels! I love it so much! I love it so much! Like, Miho being on the other side. Like, she's been through something so similar and now she is the one being able to offer the help. It's so sweet. I love this game so much.
Perfect. I'm glad to hear it. I imagine you must be very tired already. Would you like to go to bed?
Like an actual bed, with blankets.
Yeah, I'm sleepy.
Why don't you follow me then?
No. Juliet exits the kitchen, and after watching her for a bit, Lyra follows after. I make my way up behind them both as Juliet passes by her study and down the hallway. Is this gonna be Cosette's room? I think this is gonna be Cosette's room. I realise her intentions right as she stops outside one of the doors that I've never seen opened. Juliet retrieves a key from one of her pockets and uses it to unlock the door, which swings open with a creak. I think this is going to be Cosette's room. It reveals a bedroom. A well-made bed with green covers sits in the corner, beside a desk and dresser with a mirror. A shelf of books leans against one wall, across from a window with the curtains over it. Dust permeates the room, which must have been untouched for years. Juliet goes and fetches some rags to wipe everything down, and deftly changes the pillowcases and sheets while Lyra and I stand nearby. I would offer to help, but I think she'd be faster without me. When the room is ready, she faces Lyra with a smile.
Here you are. Do you need extra pillows or blankets?
Oh. Lyra shakes her head, eyes fixed on the bed rather than on Juliet. She walks towards it like a zombie. I wonder how long it's been since she slept somewhere comfortable.
Miho and I will bid you good night then, and see you in the morning. Would you like me to leave the door open?
No, please. She nods as she climbs into the bed, poking the pillows as if checking to see if they're real. She doesn't pay us any more attention as we leave the room, already halfway asleep by the look of it. The two of us go back to my room, standing in the doorway.
Well, this has turned out to be a much more eventful day than I expected.
Oh.
Yeah, me too. I figured she had just run away from home or was playing a prank or something. I wasn't expecting her to have had such a rough life already.
Yeah. It's a lot to go through.
Indeed. I felt my heart break at her words, sparing as they were.
Me too.
You never could resist helping out someone who needs it, huh?
It's true. So far, those have been some of the best decisions of my life.
Yes. Oh. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Juliet leans in and kisses me as we wrap our arms around each other. I know we're both thinking the same thing. There's going to be a lot to talk about tomorrow. When we part, Juliet presses her forehead against mine. Oh.
Shall we resume this in the morning then?
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, sounds good. This part too.
I give her a quick follow-up kiss for good measure. Oh.
I'll be looking forward to it. Good night, Mia.
Night.
I hop into my own bed and close my eyes, waiting for sleep to take me. Oh. When I wake up, the first thing I do is tiptoe down the hallway and poke my head into the room where Lyra is staying. Tucked beneath all the pillows, I can see a splotch of blonde hair against one of the pillows. She's still fast asleep. I wouldn't have been surprised to find she'd left in the middle of the night. Being careful not to disturb her, I go downstairs to the kitchen where Juliet's sitting at the table.
Good morning.
Yeah, breakfast!
Good morning. Our guest is still sleeping.
It's probably been a while since she's felt secure enough to just fully sleep without, jumping at every sound, to be honest. So I can't blame her, getting in a bed for the first night, she's gonna be catching up on all that sleep she hasn't been having. Oh, I'm so glad.
Yeah, I saw. Out like a light.
Thought I would wait for her to get up before starting on breakfast, if that's all right with you.
Oh.
Fine by me. Have you been awake since we went to bed?
I dozed a little here and there. I've been using my free time to catch up on some reading.
Reading?
Last night was so busy, though, that I didn't get the chance to ask how your call with Minso went.
Oh, I forgot about that too, actually. Oh, oops. It went well. Yeah, we didn't mention that, huh? That we were too distracted by the small child stealing cheese from the fridge.
Oh, right.
Somehow, even that was overshadowed by meeting Lyra and everything that went along with that.
It went really well. She told me all about Jang-in. They were a traveler who went all around the world. They came for Korea.
So the two of you have something in common, then?
Yeah! Apparently they gave away lots of scrolls like mine. She also said that they started using a pen name later. Hurim. It means fox forest.
I love that so much. I love that.
Oh, that's beautiful. So that must mean that...
It means that Miho meant something. I nod.
Yeah. They remembered me too.
The memories.
I'm so happy for you, Miho. That you got to know how special you were to each other.
Oh, it's so sweet. I love this
too.
game.
Thanks for setting everything up. I told her about my magic, and so we're gonna keep in touch too. Maybe someday we could even meet up in person. She said she has family members who know a lot more about Jang-in than she does.
A trip to America sounds nice. Or would it be back to Korea?
I'm not sure. I didn't ask. Would you go with me if I went, though?
Of course.
Yes!
There are so many places I'd love to visit with you.
Oh, I love them. I love them so much.
Me too. The other night when we were...
There's a sudden knock at the front door that cuts me off. It's still a little earlier than when we opened the library, but we've never had patrons show up before then. If it was Aspen, she'd just walk right in. My first thought is that it might be someone looking for Lyra.
I'll get it.
Feeling apprehensive for some reason, I slowly make my way towards the door. It wouldn't be a surprise if someone was looking for her, despite what she told us. I'm not sure how they'd have tracked her here, though. They knock again, louder. Whoever it is sure is impatient. I walk faster.
I'm coming!
I pull open the door, which isn't even locked. When I see who's waiting, I can feel my eyes go wide.
Silver?
Silver! And she doesn't have the cowl on. Yes! Hello! There she is. There she is without hiding everything. The other Gumiho stands close, shifting her weight from foot to foot. The moment I open the door all the way, she darts in before I can even invite her inside.
What are you doing here?
It's all I can think to blurt out. While I was sure I'd see her again at some point, I expected it to be at night like usual. This is only the second time I've seen her out during the day. Taking her typical approach of ignoring me, Silver just looks around, similar to the last time she came here. Finally, her restless gaze settles on me.
I came to fulfill a promise.
Promise?
As I speak, my last words to her on Halloween come back to me, and I understand all at once. She's going.
Oh, you're leaving?
She nods. Just then, Juliet emerges from the kitchen. Silver tenses up when she sees her, but then relaxes. I'm reminded of Lirie yesterday.
Ah, Silver. It's very nice to see you again.
It is! Yeah, it really does. It's so good at pacing things out. It's like waiting for you to get over the last big thing before bringing something else in. It's so good, but there's always something coming. It never feels like it drags on or anything. Like there's always something to be looking forward to or enjoying. It's so good. It's so good. I love this game so much. Silver stays silent. We're not exactly the most talkative group.
We were gonna have breakfast soon, if you wanted to.
I trail off as one more person enters my field of vision. Upstairs, I can just barely see Lyra over the handrail until she reaches the stairs, sleepily stumbling down them with a blanket in one hand. Oh, but don't be scared. It's okay. A friend. At the bottom, she stops and rubs her eyes, staring at Silver and me. Between the four of us, I'm not sure who must be most surprised to see whom.
You ain't a wolf, are you?
No. Are you?
At least Lyra gets an answer. Apparently deciding she's not in danger of being eaten, Lyra goes into the kitchen. With a small shrug, Juliet goes with her. Yeah, I love how Silver's asked by this small child if she's a wolf, and she's like, no, are you? Are you a wolf? It's such a Silver response. It's so good. I almost tap Silver on the shoulder, but catch myself and clear my throat to get her attention instead.
Wanna go talk outside?
She nods, and so I lead the way out. Even without her shawl, Silver looks out of place in the sunlight. She belongs in the woods, under the moon.
Who is the child?
The child.
Her name's Lyra. She was hiding out in the library and stealing food. So we told her she could sleep in one of the spare beds.
I love the way she just says that, just like, who is the child?
The three of us were gonna have breakfast soon. You can join us if you want.
A full family breakfast. I already know her answer before she even shakes her head.
No. I simply came to keep my word.
Ah.
You have a strange choice of hobby when it comes to taking care of others.
Is it a hobby? I guess it kind of is at this point.
Is that weird?
To me, helping out Lyra seemed like the obvious thing to do. It didn't even feel like a choice I was just making, just something that needed to be done. But half a year ago, I probably would have felt the same way as Silver does.
I guess it is something I've gotten used to.
How very like you.
Aww.
Is that a good thing?
Silver thinks about it for a bit.
It's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
It's not a good thing, it's not a bad thing, it's just a thing. Coming from her, that's about the best I can hope for. Silver glances at me, and then suddenly reaches for my throat. Oh hi. Instead of trying to strangle me, which is the first thought that crosses my mind, she grabs my necklace and inspects my bead. For someone who hates being touched, she doesn't seem to have any problems when it comes to my personal space. Still, I tilt my chin up, trying to let her see. Silver's eyes narrow, and after a bit she lets go. As it falls back into place, I instinctively put a head against my necklace. That would be a bit awkward. I instinctively put a hand against my necklace.
So, it's almost your time.
It is?
Yeah. Although,
Ah.
I don't really know what to expect when I'm ready.
What do you mean?
When I swallow it, sometimes, if I focus, it makes me think about the clouds or the trees. But I don't know what any of it means. What being a Chono means.
Yet.
I barely know about being a Gumiho.
Silver laughs.
You still haven't figured it out.
The way she says that, she's like, of course you still haven't figured it out. You're an imbecile. I am so smart.
I just told you I haven't. How do you know all this stuff anyway?
It's simple. I don't doubt myself.
Oh.
Would it kill you to just give me a straight answer sometimes?
In this case, it's the only answer I can give you. Besides, you're closer to the truth than I am.
Oh. Silver holds her arm up, putting her shining bead into full view. For the first time, she holds it where I can see it properly. Although my bead is plain and round, nearly identical to the non-magical ones on my necklace, hers narrows at the middle and then widens again, like an hourglass. Yeah, just don't doubt yourself. It's that easy, right? Just believe in yourself. Even when the brain gremlins are telling you that everything is wrong, just believe. Just do it. A few colourful bands run across it, almost too narrow to see. There's a red one, a blue one, and even a silver one. When I squint, I can see a faint spring green one as well. It's me! It's Miho! There are others, but I can't see what they are before she lets her sleeve fall again, hiding the bracelet.
It's why I'll be leaving tomorrow.
Oh.
Just as your path has led you here, mine now leads me away.
Oh, like Juliet and Ezekiel. But this time it's the foxes. Oh.
Tomorrow? I figured you were gonna be going soon, but not that soon.
There's nothing left for me here.
Oh.
It's time I was on my way again.
Oh.
Gotta keep moving. For as long as I've known her, I've hoped I could get through to Silver somehow. Help her see some of the things I was blind to myself. Especially now as we're just starting to become friends, or maybe now that we've been friends for a while. Either way, I wish she would stay. But just like when Juliet was contemplating leaving, I can also understand why she feels like she has to go. And unlike Juliet, there really isn't anything else tying her down to Wellington.
Perhaps we'll meet again someday.
Yes! Her tone is unusually gentle. I wonder if she'll miss me too.
The sky is vast, and the road is long. Our paths might cross again.
Oh, that's so poetic. Wait, I love that. Silver, that's a really nice thing to say. I didn't expect her to say a nice thing.
I hope so.
Aww.
Let me come with you tomorrow to see you off.
Yes.
Please.
She closes her eyes, thinking.
Fine. I'll fetch you in the morning. Early. Be ready.
Yes.
I will.
Silver takes a step down, signaling an end to our conversation. But before she leaves, there's one thing I want to know.
Wait.
A new chapter again. I love it. The gap moe is strong. It is. She's so tsundere sometimes. It's just like I'm only telling you because I told you I promised it. It's not like I want you to know or anything. It's just, I'm just doing it because I have to. You know. I love her.
Yes.
The girl you just saw in there, Lyra. What color was she?
Ooh. I'll laugh so much if it's yellow. Silver's lips curve into a wry smile.
As hopeful a blue as I've ever seen.
Oh, that's so sweet. Hope. A hopeful blue. Oh. Oh, the fact that she's feeling hopeful, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. I'm so happy. I'm so happy she genuinely has hope. She's feeling hopeful. A little part of me was worried that like maybe she had no hope. Maybe all her hope had been like stamped out over time, but the fact she's oh I love her. Almost before she's finished talking, Silver transforms. Her fur sparkles in the sun, looking less out of place than her clothes. Without looking back, she runs away and is quickly out of sight. I watch her go before heading inside the library again myself. In the kitchen, Juliet's working on breakfast while Lyra watches from close by. When I enter the room, the kid folds her arms. This game is just... It makes my heart so full. It makes me happy. It's such a perfect title for it. I'm so happy. Please be happy. I am.
Who is that?
A friend of mine. Her name is Silver. At least, that's what I call her.
She's scary. Scarier than you.
Miho's not scary.
She'd probably be glad to hear you say that.
I try to picture Lyra how Silver must have seen her. Beneath her almost permanent glare and short sentences, she's hopeful. Juliet and I may be the ones doing her a favor, but she's giving us a chance too.
It turns out she's going to be leaving tomorrow.
To go where? Is she gonna come back here?
I don't know. I'm not sure she knows yet either.
Wherever she goes, I hope she finds contentment there.
Oh, me too. Me too. I hope she finds contentment. She deserves it. She's already grown so much from the antisocial fox that we first met. It's... oh, I love it.
Yeah, me too.
What's cotton mint?
Cotton mint? Cotton mint sounds really cute.
Contentment means when you feel at peace. Like you don't have to worry about anything.
Oh, that's probably what she wants. That's probably exactly what she wants.
Oh, I haven't heard that word before.
Well, now you have. Thinking on that, Lyra sits down at the table to wait for breakfast to be ready. I go ahead and prepare the dishes, setting up 3 plates. It isn't long before Juliet comes over to serve us our meal, with Lyra's portion being just as big as ours. Oh, cottony mint could be good. Yeah, it's making me think of like candy floss, like cotton candy. Cotton mint. It's like, it could be really nice. It could be sweet.
Here we are. Do you like anything to go with it, Lyra? Ketchup or more salt and pepper?
She shakes her head, shoveling a forkful of eggs into her mouth. I don't think she's going to be a very picky eater. The 3 of us clear our plates, and once everything is cleared up, I can see Lyra begin to look around anxiously.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
I might have a guess. Lyra, do you have anything you plan to do today?
Lyra shakes her head.
Well, you're welcome to remain here at the
Aw.
library. Miho will be busy with work, and I'll be going to sleep soon. But you don't have to leave.
Oh, she was so clearly worried about what was happening next. Just like, oh, she's had such a nice night's sleep. She's had a full meal. Oh, it must be such a relief for her to know that it can happen again.
I don't? Even though I stole your food?
Oh, bless her. Oh, bless her. I want to be content. Me too. Contentment, please. Not picky, girl. She literally just told you put too much mayo on her sandwich. Yeah, that's so funny. But it's really nice as well, though, because I feel like she would just eat anything that was given to her. But she obviously felt comfortable enough with Miho to say how she wanted it, as opposed to just, like, dealing with it and saying nothing. I feel like that says a lot about Miho, too, and, like, how comfortable she is to be around. It's really sweet. Yeah, was that her being picky or her being sassy? Maybe both. Just realized breakfast is basically dinner time for Juliet. Yeah, she has breakfast and then goes to bed. It's the meals are the other way around. And then, like, they probably end up having dinner and Juliet wakes up and it's breakfast for her. Oh, that's so sweet. I love this.
No, of course not.
Although Juliet says that, I know that at some point she and I are going to have to decide what exactly Lyra staying here will entail, and for how long. Neither of us are going to turn her out onto the streets, of course, but if she just stays here, then does that mean she'll live here? What does that make her? What does that make us? It means your mom's, Miho. It means adoption. Adopt the child. It's so funny. I love so much that Aspen and Miho end up adopting a dog. Juliet and Miho end up adopting a whole child. And so they were parents. It's still only the first morning, so there's plenty of time to figure things out. But from what Lyra told us last night, she doesn't really have many other options. I love found family. I am such a sucker for found family tropes. I love it. I love it. I love it so much. One brings vet bills, the other brings college. Ayy. Juliet's probably thinking the same thing.
Hey Lyra, do you like to watch TV?
Sometimes. I like cartoons, but I couldn't watch them much.
Well, you can watch so many cartoons now. I'm gonna be the cool mom.
I have a TV up in my room if you want to use it. You can watch all the cartoons you want.
Her eyes get huge, looking more excited than when she was offered a place to stay.
Really? Is that allowed?
Yeah, come here. I'll show you.
Oh, yes! All three of us head to my room and turn on the TV, flipping to one of the kids' channels I can remember. Within minutes, she's all set up on my bed, totally sucked into the show. Juliet and I step out into the hall.
We should probably talk later, huh?
Yeah, this is a bit of a big decision to make, isn't it?
Yes. Once I've had a chance to rest and refresh myself.
You've been up since everything started. I'll bet you're as exhausted as she was.
Yeah, go to bed, Juliet, please.
Perhaps a little. Will you be all right for the day? If you have other things to attend to, I'm sure she'll be fine here. I don't think she'll be leaving that spot.
Aww. We both glance into my room. Lyra's wrapped my blanket around herself, still entranced by the TV.
We'll see. You should go rest, though. We can figure it out more tonight.
All right. Until then, my love.
My love. My love.
Sleep well.
The way Juliet just says these things like, dear, my love, darling, just so casually, just right in the heart. With a hug and a kiss, Juliet leaves for bed, and I go back downstairs to try and have as normal a day as possible. Up. I just noticed the time, and I'm wondering if I should leave it here for now. I was thinking it might end up being like a map moment, where choosing things to do, but I think... Yeah, this looks like the start of a Tommy section, So I think I'm going to leave it at that for now. I'm saving it right down here. So I remember where it is. But I think that's a good spot to leave it at for now, because it is nearly 6 p.m. But oh, I love this game so much. I love it so much. I can't believe we've adopted a child. I did not expect the child. I didn't see child coming. But yes, before I close the game too, I want to go check.
Let's see what you reeled in today.
93%. 93%. Do you see that? We're getting there. We're getting there. We're so close. Oh, Miho at the edge of the world. Oh. Miho accompanies Juliet to the edge of the world to say goodbye to a friend. Oh, I love this game so much. I love this game so much. It's like, I love that there's the option to go through all the scenes with the cutscenes as well. To watch them again. It's so nice. But yeah, a whole 6%. We're making progress. It was 5 last time. We got to 6%. We've grown so much. Oh my goodness, Rika, thank you so much for the tip as well. Oh, thank you for the stream. This session was so emotional. I had actual tears welling in my eyes at several points. Looking forward to the rest of Juliet's route. Oh, thank you so much. That's so generous. I'm so excited for it too. Thank you. That's so generous. And of course I didn't see the child coming. She was invisible. You're right. You're right.
Stop
of course
by again.
I didn't.
I'll be here.
We got a Mr. Kim quit. Yes. Right. Anyway, with that, I shall bloop. Head on over to here and we can find somebody to send a raid onto. Thank you so much everyone for joining me. I love this game so much. I adore this game with all of my heart. But thank you so much everyone for being here. And depending how things go, I don't know how much of the game is left, but I don't feel like it's going to be a huge amount. So we might get to an ending next week. We might be able to actually reach a Juliet ending next week. Maybe 2, I don't know. It depends how distracted I get. But I think we should be able to. So I'm really excited for that. I think next stream will be the last probably. Oh, I'm so close. So close. Are we doing it? Are we finally doing it? Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait. It has been such a lovely journey to be on. Such a lovely experience of a game. It's gonna be so weird to finish it, honestly. Oh, thanks for streaming. Thanks for making it. Thank you for writing it. It's so good. I love it so much. And I'm also gonna do one last cheeky little link. If anyone wants to buy it, you should buy it. It's very good. But yes, thank you so much everyone for joining me. My Please Be Happy stream next week is going to be on Tuesday instead of Wednesday, because I already have plans for next Wednesday, so yeah, it's not going to be the Wednesday like usual, so if you want to be around for maybe the finale, we'll see how it goes. It's going to be on Tuesday instead. Same time, just a day earlier. But yes, thank you so much everyone for joining me. Let's see who's around to send a raid onto. Who we got? Oh, and S, thank you for the head pat too. Thank you. But yeah, it's so much fun playing this game, and it's so much nicer experiencing it with everybody else too. It's such a good game. It's so nice. But alright, let's see what we got. Who's online? There's quite a few people I know online. I wonder where to send the raid. Oh no, I've got so many decisions. I'm so bad at decisions. I've got like 5 or 6 people I want to send a raid to. I can't rate them all. I can't rate them all. Who haven't I raided in the longest? Oh, you know, I haven't sent a raid to Barb in a little while, but I noticed that Barb is online. My lovely head mod, Barb Unicorn. She is an absolute sweetheart. And also, she's playing Stray. She's playing Stray, which means cats, which means I'm sending the raid on to her. But yeah, Barb is so lovely. I love getting the chance to send a raid on to her, because she's been like my moderator for almost 2 years now. She has always been so generous and giving and lovely, so I want to send the love on to her too. Plus cats. Plus cat game. Like, how could it get any better? It's cat game. I love Stray so much. That game made my year. I loved playing that. But yes, this shall be the raid message. If you're subbed, we'll use the comfy Lirie emote, and if not, we got hearts. But yes, I'm going to send that raid on now, and then I'm going to go and get myself some food, and then, fingers crossed, I'm going to put this giant fabric poster tapestry up on my wall. That is my task for this evening. I'm going to get my giant Please Be Happy wife poster up on the wall. I will post photos. Please look forward to it. But yes, thank you so much everyone for joining me. I've had a lovely, lovely time today. Let's send on the love. Let's go enjoy some cats. Cat time, cat time. I love cat. I love cats. I don't know if anyone realizes that. I know I keep it a secret. But thank you so much everyone for joining me. I'll be back on Friday for some more Family Friday with Xander. I think we're going to be finishing the Borderlands pre-sequel DLC, so I still have no idea what we're playing after that, but it'll be something. It might be Escape Simulator. That's an easy one. We'll see how it goes. But yes, I'll be back on Friday, but for now I'm gonna go rest and then put stuff on my wall. Thank you so much everyone for joining me, and until next time, bye bye!